Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, people? Amisis with the Insta raid making me start early here. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Big shout out to my dear friend Amisis. If you haven't, definitely don't check him out. What have you been up to? What have you been working on? I was lurking a bit earlier. I think you were doing more network stuff. I think. Feel free to correct me. Welcome in, people. First one in today, none other than gamedev. Hope you're doing good. We also have Red Raka, BX Boas, how you doing? Komekepa. Yeah, my brain got fried when I tried to implement authentication plus cloud saving. I'm gonna go cry a little bit. Dude, I can imagine. I am not jealous over the fact that you have to work on networking. Because anything that has to do with networks kind of freaks me out a little bit. Not gonna lie, it kind of does, But let me introduce myself. If anyone coming in from Amisis does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy. And I'm currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. If you're interested, here's a little teaser. There we go. So, here's the thing. Amisis is also working on a game that is available on Steam for wishlists as well. So, if we go to Shadows of Tuonela. Satana perkele Tuonela. Right? There we go. He's working on this game, Shadows of Tuonela. A journey to the finished purgatory, inspired by the RuneScape Wilderness. So, if you guys haven't, go and show some love to our fellow developer there. Gotta support our fellow developers. Where my mod? Do you want mod, Raka? I can give you mod if you want it. Oh, fucking perfect timing. It would have been perfect timing to mod you, because we just got our first bot in quite a while. Get banned. Dude, what the fuck is that timing, man? That is actually mad. That is funny. Right as Raka asks for mod, I get a fucking bot in. Yeah, is this just you, Raka? Are you? This was planned, wasn't it? I'll send more if you don't mod. Fuck it. You can have mod if you want it. Red Raka. There you go. Oh, that's funny. So, how are you guys doing? Today is Wednesday. I hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. I'm doing pretty good. I should say, I think I'm getting sick. I actually think I'm getting a little bit sick. I don't know if I have a cold coming or something. Potentially. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised, let's be honest. I was in London over 4 days last week. Did a lot of traveling on public transport and shit. Like, I wouldn't be that surprised if I caught something, you know. And I don't know, I'm doing okay at the moment, but it's one of them things where you can kind of feel it coming, you know what I mean? Like, I'm okay right now, but I can fucking sense that, like, I got some shit coming my way. Do you know what I mean? So hopefully it doesn't get too bad, but yeah. Smart move indeed. How you doing, BX? Komekepa. Power. Yeah, don't get all power crazy here now. Nah, do whatever you want. Ban everyone. What's up, Brainerd Games? How you doing? You got intimate in London? I'm not gonna answer that question. Anyway, how you doing, Brainerd? Hope you're doing good. Está tudo bem? Consigo pelos vistos? Não. As melhoras. Okay, wait. Contigo pelos vistos? Não. As melhoras. Wait. This is something like... Wait. the drama here is interesting. Sorry, for anyone who doesn't know, anyone new coming in especially, I'm a bit of a language nerd, so I can get a little bit worked up on languages sometimes. Contigo pelos vistos now. Vistos is... No, that wouldn't be like views, because that would be vistas, isn't it? Like... Våra vistas. Vårs, I think. Oh, you might have to explain this one. I think you stumped me a little bit here. With you for the vistos. Negative, no. The best. If I ever use a public restroom on my travels, I feel like that increases my odds of getting sick by 70%. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I've also, I don't know if I'm the only one, but like the older I get, the more like conscious I am of, you know, being in those type of like public spaces with like a huge amount of people. Like if I touch one fucking staircase railing, I'm like, okay, I'm definitely washing my hands before I eat something. I feel like I'm getting more germophobic as time goes on, do you know what I mean? Am I the only one? I don't know. I felt that since COVID. Yeah, you might be right. COVID might actually have had a bit of an impact on it as well. Yeah, that's probably not too far-fetched. You got intimate with railings. Oh god. Yeah, so what are the plan today? The plan today is that we're gonna see... I think I wanna see if we can get the new build up on Steam for the playtesters. Just I've done quite a lot of updates, and I feel like we are at a pretty good point where we could do an update. And then we'll see. If we can sort that out quickly, I might do a little bit work on some of my other projects. As some of you might know, I keep feeling bad about this. On my itch page, I still have 2 unreleased games they're basically finished, I just haven't published them. And I think, as far as I know, for both of them, it's because I'm just missing music. So I think maybe, potentially soon, I would want to try and publish those games. Shouldn't take too much, and then you guys have a bit more of my projects you could check out if you want to. I think the reason why I haven't published my first game yet, for anyone who doesn't know, the first game I ever did was this, Pastry Pops, inspired by Portuguese pastries, basically. A very simple little game, but it was the first little humble project I ever did. And I think the reason I haven't released this one is because I keep thinking that, you know, my plan is to make a devlog, and I'm like, I might as well release the game with the devlog. But obviously, I'm not the best when it comes to actually taking the time to edit my shit. I have a huge editing backlog. And at some point, I'm also a little bit like, I might as well fucking release it. Like, it doesn't really matter if I make the video after I release the game. In this case, I think it's fine. Because obviously, I don't have any high ambitions for this game anyway. But it would just be nice to get it out there, do you know what I mean? Imagine having an editing backlog. What are you on about? What are you on about? Okay, you have been posting a few shorts and shit, yeah? But where's the actual YouTube videos? I haven't seen no YouTube videos coming. Yeah, a couple of shorts and shit, but like I know you've been doing a bit of stuff, but what's up here? What's up here? Main videos? No. Where's the videos, man? We're waiting for the Red Rocker videos. VODs? Are you uploading your VODs now? Raka. But Raka is eventually, soon TM, he's going to post more, so go and give him a subscription on YouTube, show some love. He's a good guy. He also has the current world record in the Shroud of Gloom Game Jam version, so that's kinda cool, 41 seconds. 41 seconds. Go and check it out. How can I explain? It's like everything's fine, yeah? Seems like you're not, though. Get well soon. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so... Oh yeah, as melhores. Melhores as in melhorar, right? To better, as in like the verb to better. Yeah. I see now. It's the to conjugation for melhorar. I messed that up a little bit. Okay, so vistos is like seems like. Interesting. I don't know if I've heard that one. Because there's also parece, right? Like I guess like something like that's also something like seems, right? Yeah, I could use parece. Yeah, I think that's a word I've heard mostly when it comes to seems. Interesting. Thank you very much for the explanation. Appreciate ya. And also, thank you very much, Spirits. Obrigadão. I got that viral Shroud of Gloom speedrun, indeed, man. I have a video to share. Oh wait, is this the one you mentioned? No wait, 2 days ago. This is recent.
This is a tile matching roguelike with cat.
Just you mentioned someone played it before, but I think that was longer ago. Damn, 100,000 views almost. Aliens Rock playing Replicat. Sick, man.
If I get 2 tiles with the same number and color, they get added to this.
GG.
My goal is to score 300 points, and I've already used 4 of my 16 moves.
This is a game that was built for me.
Now, I don't actually have a great memory. I already forgot what's under this tile. I hope it's not a blue 50.
People seem hyped too. Let's fucking go, man. I'm happy for ya. Oh wait, I didn't show that on the... Whoops. I forgot which scene I was in. This was the video. Aliens Rock playing Brainoid James game. Replicat, holy shit. I can't speak. Not bad, man. Not bad. Vistos can be used, for example, pelos vistos. Não sou o único a gostar das tuas streams. Oh, it's kind of like saying it's kind of like the English phrase like pelos vistos would be kind of like saying by the looks of it, right? In English, like by the looks of it, I'm not the only one who likes your streams. Yeah. Apparently seems like, looks like. Yeah. I see. Ah, that makes sense. I should add that to my Anki deck. I need to start doing more flash shots. What's up, Dorians? How you doing? What are your plans for today? I think I'm gonna try and update my playtesting build on Steam. Finish off this update and push it out to the playtesters. That's the current plan. Interesting that you said streams as well, BX.
Cheers.
I've found that most of the time when it comes to Portuguese-speaking people, they actually don't say streams, they say lives instead. I think that's like a cultural difference. I don't know if you have any take on that. Maybe it's more Brazilians that say lives. Because I've noticed that it actually changes a little bit depending on the language. Like, because most people shorten it, right? You don't say live stream, which is like the full word. In English and in like Swedish and stuff, it seems like people often choose to just say stream. Whereas I know that at least in Brazilian Portuguese, and I think European Portuguese as well, people often shorten it to lives, or a live instead, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, thank you very much, BX, and also, saúde. Or Anosa. So, this is the current update log. We've done quite a lot of stuff, and that's where I kind of feel like it's getting to the point where we should make a update to the Steam playtest. We have enough new stuff going, I feel like. And I think this is actually enough to the point where I feel like I have to update this number instead. I started looking at this what you call it? Sem versioning or something? Semantic versioning? Semver. Yeah, I think that's the term I've heard. Yeah, so you have major, minor changes and then patches, right? So the first one I did was 0.0.1. I think technically it should have been 0.0.0 when it's the first initial thing you ever do. But I feel like something like this, mainly for the reason that we have a bunch of new features, I think this should actually update the minor number, because it's not really just a bug fix, you know. I don't know, do you use versioning numbers, Brainoid, out of curiosity? I always, this is obviously small little details that might not matter super much, but I think it's always, I don't know, there's something about conventions that are kind of interesting. I like to learn about conventions, like how you conventionally do stuff in game development. Yeah, I've heard this in like APIs as well, where the major version would be a break-in change, so that it's like not backwards compatible, whereas minor versions tend to always be backwards compatible, you know. Or scroll, yeah, there you go. It actually, we do have a letter for it, we do spell it like this, but it sounds a bit like an O, to be fair. I use both lives and streams, so I don't know, interesting. Yeah, just here in Sweden, and I think in English as well, it's kinda uncommon to hear someone refer to live streams as lives. It's much more common to hear streams. Just an interesting little thing I've noticed. In Finland we say streama, or... Wait, with the second one, do you pronounce the E? Or do you do like Finglish? Would you say like live with the diphthong? Or would you go like livet or something? Just out of curiosity. How you doing, Wakacha? Welcome in. So both are loanwords from English, stream and live, yeah. Now, so do we, like, because in Swedish I would use the actual English word, like, I would go like, you know, I would say something like, I would even say like en stream. So you go like the Swedish article, but then I do the English word. So it's a full-on loan word, you know. I do, but I don't care about conventions at all. Fair enough. Right now I'm at replicate 1.0.61. So do you have any... Have you thought about any like mentality you have as to when you choose, mainly because I know that generally speaking 1 point something means the full release, or like the release of something. But do you have like a mindset as to why you would choose to increment the second or the third number, just out of curiosity? Oh wait, 61 because I made a minor patch on 1.0.6. Oh, interesting. I would have gone to 7. But in the end, this is like, as we said, it's all conventions, and like I said, it doesn't really matter. I just find it interesting to see like the different thought processes. Leave it there. Oh, so you do actually like Finglishify the pronunciation. Interesting. Yeah, in Swedish I think I would go pretty much full on English pronunciation. Just like like obviously we have similar words in Swedish, but I mean live, to be fair, is pretty much a full on loan word in Swedish. Like to see a band live, you would say jag såg det bandet live. Like we would use the English term there. Stream we also do obviously have a Swedish word for, but for live streams you would never use it. Yeah, full release of beta version was 1.0.0, yeah. yeah, so I think that's the plan. We're gonna see if we can finish up this update. It's not really a lot we have to do. I just want to make sure that the volumes are a little bit better in terms of like mixing, because they're a little bit all over the place now. Which is gonna have to be the case. I think I'm not gonna, since I don't have all of the sound effects, I probably won't be, like all of the new ones, I won't be able to do the final audio mixing. So I might just put a little, you know, disclaimer that audio mixing might be a little bit all over the place at the moment. Just so people are aware of it. But just look over the volumes. Otherwise I feel like... Oh no, something we need to do as well is to re-implement a ending for the playtest. Because that one is not working at the moment. Otherwise this stuff I feel like we can wait with doing. So that's the plan. We're gonna see if we can update it. And then maybe have a look at some of my older projects depending on what time it is and stuff. And how I'm feeling. Like I said, I am feeling like I'm kind of getting a little bit sick, so currently I'm still feeling quite good, so I don't really stress too much about it, but we'll see. And I was to rework a lot of things in the game, I would jump to 1.1, but instead I'm rolling weekly updates, increasing it like 1.1, 0.1, 0.2, yeah, minor updates, each weekly update. Go to... Interesting that you append to it there. I would keep going up, I think. Because for me, I would see it as... like 1.0.11, I would see as being ahead of 1.0.2. Interesting. I mean, as long... I think that, in summary of it, as long as you have a system and you stick to it, it doesn't really matter. As long as you keep it coherent, as in like how you're doing it, I think it's fine. Just never get out of the beta stage, so you can always say it's not ready yet if someone has a complaint. Yeah, dude, it's a perfect thing about being early in development. You always have a fucking excuse, don't you? Like, I'm saying it a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's also kind of true, isn't it? It's kind of nice to always... You can always lean on the fact that, like, yeah, but this is not a finished product, you know? Kind of true. I just separate a weekly update and a minor update in my system, but yeah, it's not important. Yeah, for sure. Should we add a tiny little puzzle just for the fun of it as well? Because currently the last room doesn't have anything. I'm not gonna do anything crazy. Like, I've said this before, and I feel like I have to reiterate on it. There is no... Like, I'm not working on content at the moment, so I don't really care too much about it. But might as well add some placeholder content, just so people have more stuff to try out. Do you know what I mean?
Bruh.
Bruh. What's up, Polyglot Programmer? How you doing? Seven-day study? I don't know if... I don't think I... Oh, wait, 7 days study. 7 days to die. I just realized that's what it actually says. Oh, that's funny. Took 10 years to get out of alpha. Holy shit. I don't think I know who that is. Or who they are. I don't know. Never thought they'd do it. What's up, Naked? Welcome in. How you doing? They released it 25 points... Oh no, that's a date. I thought it was versioning number. Holy shit. Interesting. Zombie survival game. We need more sounds to waste hot dog beans. If you guys have any interesting ideas for sound effects, feel free to share and we can look into it. It was something we were thinking about before. I know someone mentioned the sound effect I said I was gonna add. What was that? I actually can't remember. Yeah, the pickup sound effect is pretty low at the moment. So currently what happens is that you get into this room, right? And then here you can't continue, you can't unlock this door. So I think maybe we do a teeny little puzzle just to get through this door. Nothing fancy. The early access for it started in 2013, damn. Yeah, that's been quite the dev cycle. I want to scare you? Oh no. Should we do a like jump scare sound effect? That one would be fucking expensive though, I'm gonna say it already. I'm not gonna do... If we're gonna have like a jump scare sound effect that you can trigger with channel points, it's gonna be a bit expensive. Cause I'm not gonna have spamming jump scares, no way. Fuck off. What's up, gamedev? How you doing? Yeah, I think maybe here we just do something like have a fucking, I don't know, we put the key in event or something, just so there is a tingy little puzzle at least. I mean, so far the sound effects are not too bad. I do feel like these are a bit low at the moment. This one is probably a bit loud. Because I feel like this light switch shouldn't be that much louder compared to this one. But I need to check with Bjarne who's doing the audio as well to make sure that... Because it could also be that those now are a little bit... Maybe this one is too loud. I mean, we could probably check that, to be honest, because I know we looked a bit at the actual, like, what decibels we should try and maintain for certain types of audio. Nope. GitHub. I don't know why I have another Shroud of Gloom folder. I need to delete that one because it confuses me all of the time. Audio.
gamedev is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it.
Cheers.
And as well, cheers Polyglot. Boo, we are out of meatballs. I'm trying to survive. Sorry to hear that, Pirogi. I hope it's nothing too bad. Of course, it will match with gamedev. I mean, it would suit the game, for sure. That is true. Badge zip open. Let's do that one. And then we're gonna check light switch on. And I would also like the flashlight sound effects. Flashlight on and off. Can I open all of these? Oh, do I open them in different... Oh, I see. So how do I know, let's say this is the actual volume levels. This should be the dBFS, decibel something something. That is -6, so that I think is a good volume for certain like UI sound effects and stuff. So then now I'm kind of wondering, okay, maybe the flashlight is a little bit low in volume. Ah, but it looks like that one almost reaches 6 as well. Because I know since I messed up the audio mixing a little bit in the last version, we tried to look up relatively at like what decibel we should kind of reach for these sound effects. But this is -6. Why is it... Oh wait, this is the wall switch though. Flashlight off. It seems to pretty much go up to the same. Okay, the badge is definitely a bit lower in volume though. Let's do the closing one. That one is higher. Okay, I think maybe the badge open sound effect might actually be a little bit low in volume. It seems like we only reach about -14 or something. That might be a little bit too low. I think the door should be a little bit more rusty sounding. Yeah, I think so as well. The door is still not changed. That's a old sound effect. We're probably gonna reiterate on it a little bit, to be fair. Because currently we're playing around with trying to make our own sound effects. So all of the new ones that I've implemented to the game, we have actually recorded ourselves. Whereas like the door is still a sound effect modified from Splice, you know. Oh, nice t-shirt, thank you, man. At the moment sounds a little like a kitchen cupboard door. Yeah, I think it might be, it does sound a little bit too light. It's also difficult though, because we can't make it sound too heavy, because I don't do an animation for it, right? Like the door opens and closes instantly, so we can't do like a long sound effect, you know what I mean? Like, it's still an instant sound effect, so we have to like find a good balance of where it's a quick sound effect, but it still sounds like an old door or something, you know? Like even that like little squeak noise is a little bit too long, too late for the... since we don't have an animation, do you know what I mean? What's up, Verity? How you doing? Hope you're doing good, welcome in. Not physically, more mentally. I'm working 26 hours a day to pass Polish. Oh, like a Polish test? Oh. Oh, fuck, I'm native and I can't speak it correctly. Shit doesn't make sense. Damn, best of luck, man. You can do it. I believe in ya. Can you add like spatial sound effects so it feels like you're hearing your door, etc. from far away? We did recently add spatial sound effects. So, like this for example, if I click on this one, it sounds more in the left speaker, whereas this one sounds more in the right speaker. However, I don't really do it on a depth kind of thing, because the thing that's a little bit difficult here is that that means I have to play around with the Z axis, and that might end up... I mean, it wouldn't be... Yeah, all I would really need to do is to make sure that the base of the room, like the walls and stuff, is the furthest back. And then I would just pick something where, like, say that camera is at -10. So say that I put the door or the room itself at 0, and then everything, like the lamp is probably in the middle of the room. So then we put that at like -5. It could actually work to simulate the depth as well. Don't worry, most Americans can't speak English either, yeah. What's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? Welcome in. Maybe echo after it opens, really low one. That could work. I have been thinking something else I kind of want to do is to add... because currently I have a room size variable on each room. So I want to make that kind of add more reverb to the sound effects if you're in a bigger room, so that it actually sounds like a bigger room, do you know what I mean? So currently the way we do it is that if we look here, each room has this variable, right? Room size. Or I can select whether this is a small, medium, large or massive room. I think that would be kind of cool to get working as well. Don't know if I'm gonna do it for this specific build, because I do really want to push something up to Steam. I don't know, when did I push the last update? I can probably find it in Discord, to be fair. Let's see, I started sending out keys in the beginning of March, so yeah, it's like a month ago. I feel like it's time to update that one. Yeah, add some depth, I think will solve all the problems. It should definitely make it even better, that's for sure. It's gonna add a little bit more work, because it does mean that I'm gonna need to start... Every time I place in an object, I'm gonna need to go in and make sure that it's at the correct Z position, but it's not too bad. Because now I think everything is placed at 0. So what we would do is just decide that like 0 is always gonna be like the back wall, for example. If it's a medium-sized wall. Which means that like the door should be at 0, but the rug should be at maybe like -3, just that would be closer to you. The table would pretty much be at 0 as well, but the crate would maybe be at like -5. Just the camera is -10, so -10 would be right up where the camera is. Because that's the interesting thing about 2D, since even though the game is 2D, it's also like technically 3D, right? Like this is my game in a 3D space, which is kinda interesting. So now you can see that my cursor is apparently on a whole other layer. It's all the way over here, whereas the game is here. Can I see where my camera is? Yeah, so my camera is probably over here then. Main camera, yeah. So this is my camera, and this is the game. So then I could just place objects in between here to make them technically closer. I don't know if I should change this as well and maybe bring the camera a bit closer. Because I think the issue now is that if I play sound effects from 0, I think you can't hear them. I actually think they go like fully silent. What are these pixels? There's some massive pixels here, I don't know what this is. Oh, does that have to do with my particle system maybe? No, they're still there. Because I'm quite sure... Right now what I'm doing is that I just override the depth every time. So as you might know, my actual object doesn't have any audio sources. Like we have a few sound effect sources that I move around in the game. So if you click on an object in the upper right corner, I move the audio source to that corner and then play the sound effects from there. However, I always keep the Z position to -7. So if we look here... get audio source, no, play sound effect. I pause in a position where I want to play the sound effect, but then when I change the position of the audio source, I only copy the X and Y position and then I hardcode the Z one to -7. Because I'm pretty sure, we can actually test this, if I set this to 0, I don't think we're gonna hear the sound effects, because I think they're too far from the camera now. But I suppose that is easy, because I could also just move the camera closer. Well, to be fair, these still sound the same. Audio system. And this one is set to 0. Oh, clone also set to 0. Interesting. I'm pretty sure these didn't make a sound before when I put them at 0. We do have spatial blend on, right? Oh yeah, but it's not fully... I think if I would up this... If we would go 100% spatial blend... Wait, let me do it on both. Spatial blend, 1. Yeah, now they're a lot more quiet. But this would be like too quiet though, that's the issue. Because you still want to hear them pretty good, but I think it's just finding that balance of like how far away it should be. Do you know what I mean? Also, do you guys know how absolutely stuffed I am? You know, I've gotten to the point now with my hand problems that every time I press control with my pinky, my fucking pinky hurts. Like, I am actually messed up. I think I need to buy one of those ergonomic keyboards. I started looking a bit more on that Advantage 2 one from Kinesis. The issue is that if I buy it from the official website, it's gonna be quite expensive. And it's gonna be a long delivery date. However, if I buy it from something like eBay and I buy it second hand, I could get it a lot cheaper, but then it's gonna be like a month before I can get it. However, if I buy it from one of the Swedish, like, what you call it, suppliers or whatever, it would cost a lot more. It would cost me like, what, like $600 or something? Yeah, it would cost me like $600 if I buy it in Sweden. But if I do that, I can get it in like 2 days. And I'm starting to feel like I think I might need it, because I mean, I took a 4-day break last week, right? Because I went to England. I didn't do like any typing whatsoever. I get home 1 day and my hands are already hurting again. Like, I think I need to do something. I'm actually just stuffed. Wouldn't be too difficult to calculate the final volume based on the position of the screen. Yeah, with Spatial Blend, I don't even need to calculate it, just Spatial Blend kind of does it for me, right? At the beginning, I was thinking about only having panning, which I cannot do now since I never changed the Z-axis. It is basically just panning between the speakers. But if we want to add depth, it just adds a little bit more work in terms of like making sure that stuff is on the correct Z-axis, you know. And then we just copy that Z-axis, make sure to set up the spatial blend correctly. It wouldn't be too difficult, to be fair. But we need to find the right balance, because it can't be too low volume either, you know. I think it should be something like that, but with adjustments, of course, yeah. You're getting old? I think I am, fucking hell. I thought you were gonna say I need to buy a new hand. Dude, I would if I could. Can you buy a second-hand hand? I see what you did there. Dude, if I could, I actually would. Holy shit. My hands are just stuffed now. But it's also, you know, it is not gonna lie, it is giving me a bit of, like, anxiety and shit, because I know that, like, it's not that hard to, like, permanently fuck up your hands, you know? So I would like to not do that. But I also can't help myself, because I want to work all of the fucking time. Like, maybe a normal sane person would go like, oh wait, my hands are really hurting, I should probably take even more time off streaming and just not be typing at all. But I can't do it. You know, I'm so excited to work on this that I do it constantly. Which isn't that good, obviously, for my hands. However, it seems like a lot of people who had similar problems basically got it fixed by getting one of them keyboards. So I'm kinda thinking about it. I have showed it before, and it's gonna take some... It would definitely take some time getting used to, because it's a weird-ass keyboard. But this is the thing, like I said, right now my pinky is really hurting from pressing control. With a keyboard like this, you would actually do control with the thumb instead. And obviously the thumb is a lot stronger of a finger. Also, Ben, the thing is, that's fucking annoying, is that this one is obviously cheaper compared to the 360, the newer version. This one does seem a little bit more robust and stuff. And I would like to save money, but it's also annoying because if I end up buying this one from Sweden, it would cost me like $600. But then it's like, you know, if I pay another $100, I can get the newest version. So it's still a lot of money, but it's also like this one would be a lot of money as well. Like if you're speaking about it in terms of like percentages, it's not really that big of a increase to buy one like this. It would be like what, 15% increase in price to get this one instead. But also, paying $700 for a fucking keyboard is, you know, when you don't have an actual income, it's not great. Which keyboard are you currently using? I'm currently using like just one of them gamer keyboards, QPad MK85, I think. Yeah, this is my keyboard. So nothing special whatsoever. I think if I'm gonna be at my computer working this much, I think I need to have an ergonomic keyboard. I really think I do. And specifically, I think I would need one with these like thumb clusters, because I think you get in one of these ergonomic keyboards that just add a bit of, like, you know, even something like this, it's split, but there's no angle, and you're still overusing your pinkies for stuff like backspace, enter, control, all of these keys. This does add the, you know, this one is a little bit waved, so it would be a better position for your wrists, but it has the same issue. It would never be as ergonomic as learning a keyboard like this, which is obviously gonna take time to get used to. But if you think about it, it makes total sense to use your thumbs for more keys. Because now when you type on a normal keyboard, all you do with your thumbs is really to press space. Very, very little work that you actually put on the thumbs, which is one of the strongest fingers you have. The hurt will go from the pinky to the thumb. I'm not sure it would, because of the fact that the thumb is so much stronger. Because your pinky is like your weakest finger, and with a keyboard like mine, is one of my most used fingers. Because I press Control and Shift all of the fucking time. To the point where, like I said now, my pinky hurts every time I press Control. Whereas I think it would be a lot better moving those keys to the thumb instead. Like, absolutely, yes, you would put more strain on the thumbs instead. For sure, that is objectively true. But since the thumbs would be like a stronger finger to use, I think it would vastly improve the experience. How old are you? Late 20s? Yeah. Wait until the 40s? Yeah. That's the thing though, like, in my 40s, this would get even worse if I fuck them up now, right? So that's where I go, like, even if these keyboards are like really expensive and stuff, and as someone who doesn't really have an income, it, you know, it's not great having to put out this kind of money for a keyboard. But long term, I feel like this could really, you know, it could save my fucking hands. Just from the people I've heard speaking about these keyboards and stuff, a lot of them actually say that like their hand problems went away like overnight when they started using these. But yeah, $600 for this one. I would have to pay like $700 for this one if I buy it new in Sweden. So it is fucking expensive. It would take away like a fucking, well, it would take away like half a month of time that I can spend working on the game. But at the same time, you know, if it saves my hands, it might be worth it. I don't get it. I feel like they shouldn't have to be this expensive, but I also know that these are like only produced in America, so a lot of the extra money I pay, because I think you can get this one for like $350 or something in the US. I would have to pay like $600, but I think that is because a lot of it is the, like, you know, actual imports of the keyboard, as well as of course then the supplier probably wants a little bit of a cut as well. And then it's also a special one, because if I buy it in Sweden, obviously I'm getting the Swedish version of it, so I have the Swedish keyboard layout. I think you need it too. You want this to be your job. You can't do this with pain in your fingers/hands. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing, like, even if I you know, I cut off a chunk of the time I can spend working on the game, because obviously this is a big investment, and since I'm living on my savings, that's, you know, it's part of my buffer to make this game that I'm gonna take to buy this keyboard. But also, if I don't buy this and I completely mess up my hands, that's gonna take away all of the time I have to make this game, because I won't fucking be able to do it, right? So yeah, I'm kind of thinking about just fucking going for it. The price does hurt me a lot, but it's starting to seem like I might actually really need one of these keyboards. I know Captain Coder spoke about it as well. I think he had quite a bit of issues with his like hands and wrists as well, and he has one of these, the Advantage 2 keyboards, and he said it made a big difference for him as well. I don't know. The issue is of course also the fact that I'm just a perpetual like overworker. I spend way too much time, like obviously streaming like 10 hours a day and stuff, and most of the time I put in the same amount of time by my PC when I'm not streaming as well, on the days when I'm not streaming, so I do probably overwork my hands quite a bit, but I don't know how to fucking stop, man. Because now I feel like after I took this like 4-day break to go to England and stuff, I would have hoped that that would have made quite a big difference, but the thing that really makes me wonder, or makes me feel like I really do need one of these keyboards, is the fact that even after this break, it took me one day of streaming before my hands started hurting again. What's up, Wilson1? Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I use Logitech MX keys and I never felt that hurt on pinky. That is the one that goes with my mouse, right? Because I have the MX Master mouse. This is not a mechanical keyboard, right? Yeah, because I do think there is probably an argument that these are actually better as well, because you don't have to press the key as hard, right? I do like the feel of mechanical keyboards, but I do see the argument that these technically might be better. You have the mechanic. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. They did make a mechanical version of this too. Yeah. But I don't know, I feel like if I'm gonna buy a new keyboard, I might as well almost go all out and actually get one of those like that are properly made to be ergonomic. Maybe even a fucking vertical mouse, you know? I use the ultimate hacking keyboard. Oh yeah, I think you showed me this one. Yeah. You did. Yeah, so this one is also good because you get this right. Oh, but yeah, this one does have enter shift control and the stuff with the pinky, which I kinda wanna get away from, because I think it would be better. I do suppose you could program this one though and actually get them over here instead. But this is almost, if I remember correctly, I think this one ended up being pretty much the same price as well. In that case, I think I might prefer Kinesis, to be honest. What are you doing? I'm currently on a little bit of a tangent here, talking about keyboards. I've started. I do code quite a lot, and I work on my game quite a lot, so my hands are starting to be in a bit of pain. But normally, what I do is that I work on this game. I work on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. So the plan today is to try and make a new build for my playtesters and upload it to Steam so that we can start testing more stuff in the game. Still quite early in development. We have long ways to go, but I'm feeling good about it. So yeah, it's a point-and-click horror game with pixel art in like a first-person perspective. And it is available. If anyone is curious, you can wishlist the game on Steam as we speak. We do appreciate those wishlists very much. The problem is on the conventional mechanicals, they made control and shift way too far away. Yeah, because obviously the more you have to like stretch your hand, the more effort it takes, the more it's gonna wear out your hands. Yeah, they are quite pricey. Yeah, that's the thing, like all of these ergonomic keyboards are like really pricey. I mean, if you're only looking for a split keyboard, they don't have to be that pricey. Like even Kinesis has like the Kinesis Freestyle, right? Which is just a split keyboard. But this is like a fully normal keyboard, right? Like it's just a normal keyboard, but it's split in the middle. It's still more ergonomic, but it's not like the... I feel like if I'm gonna buy an ergonomic keyboard, I might as well get one of those that are like really ergonomic. Otherwise it feels like I'm kinda... I don't know. It feels like I'm only taking half step in the right direction, do you know what I mean? But I also... yeah, I don't understand why the ergonomic ones have to be so expensive. I mean, I get it. It's probably because they're more niche, right? It's probably the nicheness that makes them more expensive. Since on average, I still assume that less people are buying these keyboards. That probably brings up the price a bit. Because otherwise, just like logically speaking, it doesn't feel like... it doesn't feel like a keyboard like this would have to be that much more expensive. Maybe I'm just cheap, I don't know. It's possible. Sounds cool, thank you, man. Are you a developer as well, Wilson? Out of curiosity. I think I will never get used to an ergonomic one. Yeah, it does seem like it would take some time, because when it comes to like the Kinesis keyboards, what I've heard when I've been looking up on it, so these are the ones I'm looking at, right? And most people seem to say that it takes about like 2 weeks before you start getting the hang of it. And it might take you up to like a month before you like, you know, you're kind of back at where you were before. And obviously that's quite a lot of time, like a full month to get used to it. But I get it, like, you know, I've been typing for, you know, like fucking decades with the same exact keyboard layout. All of a sudden, changing the layout completely in this kind of manner is... it's gonna take some time to get used to, especially for someone like me who doesn't type with the like home row kind of way, you know? Because here you don't have a choice, like T is only with the left hand, right? Whereas when I type normally, I know that I do like T with my right hand sometimes, I do like B with the right hand. Sometimes I might even go and do like an H or something with my left hand, like I kind of dance around the keyboard. And I think that is gonna make it even harder to get used to a keyboard like this. But obviously, for me, the thing is that I kind of feel like I might have to... I feel like I might not have a choice. Because I can't keep going like this if I'm gonna like fuck up my hands. And I don't really want to work less either. Maybe that's a dumb take, but... no, but I feel like I can't, because if I'm gonna try and do what I want to do, I need to put in quite a bit of time, you know? Like, how much longer will it take me to finish my game if I only can work like 3 hours a day? It would like... you know, it would more than double the amount of time it takes me to finish this game. And even if they are really expensive, if a keyboard like this can make it so I actually can continue working the amount I do now, then I think it might be worth it. I think it might be worth it. I might do it. I might do it. $600. Fuck me, but yeah. I might do it. Okay, we should try and not make this a full-on keyboard stream today. We'll see if we can get some work done. Let me quickly look over my sound effects. There were a few, like the flashlight sound effects seem too low, but I cannot, they are matched volume. What about the bag? Zipper, also full volume. I also do think that potentially it should have something to do with the spatial blend as well, since these are obviously more to the sides. What if we override this? What if we put it back at -7 here? Let's actually duplicate, whoops, duplicate this line. Comment this out. And then we're gonna say, we're gonna put this at the center of the screen. So basically I'm removing spatial blend. Oh well, we keep spatial blend on, but I force the objects to play from the center. I don't know how big a difference this would make. I mean, yeah. They're still lower compared to the other sound effects, but they are louder. I also don't know if this could be one of them things where it just seems louder because now it's playing through both speakers. But no, because a spatial blend does have a roll-off, right? Volume roll-off. Maybe we should try changing this. Can also change the amount of spatial blend we do, but I don't want to have too much, because if a sound effect is playing on the right side, I don't want it to only play in the right speaker. There should be some sound in the left one too. I want it to pan, but I don't think it should ever like pan 100%. What's so expensive? They really are. They are fucking expensive. And obviously they're more expensive for me since I live in Sweden. Like, as I mentioned before, I think you could get the same keyboard in America for like $300-400, which is still expensive, but it's a lot cheaper compared to what I can get it for. This is also the thing, I need to start actually practicing doing home row typing, but it's a little bit annoying because obviously I'm a lot slower doing it. And sometimes I feel like it might be annoying for you guys if I type too slowly. Maybe I shouldn't worry about that, but you know, it's hard not to, because I am also here. I do provide some type of entertainment in some regard, I hope at least. So it's something it's hard to not think about it. But that would be the same if I buy one of these keyboards. Like, for the first couple of weeks, I would type a lot slower before I get used to it. Logarithmic roll-off, the default one, which is the one I'm currently using. Volume decreases rapidly as the listener moves away, but never quite reaches 0. Realistic, simulates how sound naturally behaves in the real world. Good for most natural sounding environments, footstep, ambient sounds. Cons, might drop off too quickly in small spaces unless tweaked. So that could be it as well. Maybe I just need to tweak like the distances and stuff. But like in the panning one, like even though the flashlight is a lot more to the right, it's also very, very... It would be very, very close to the player, right? Because you're holding it. So that one shouldn't really have a volume change, I feel like. If anything, it should almost be even louder. But maybe that's why I need to... Because if I would put the flashlight at the same Z value as the camera, that would probably increase the volume, to be fair. So maybe that's it. Maybe we should just add depth as well. Just make a donation goal. Yeah. I thought about... I also... There is something about donation goals. I kind of don't love them. Like, of course, it's nice if people want to help out. But I also feel like it clutters up the stream overlay quite a lot. I don't know. And if I would try to do it that way, it would also take longer for me to be able to buy it. Because, let's be honest here, I don't get that many donations. Of course, you could argue that maybe I would get more if I had a proper donation goal, but like, how long would it take me to amass $600 in donations? It could take me quite a while. Do I have that time before my hands are completely fucked? I don't know. Because I do feel like there is some time pressure to this as well, because I feel like if I keep doing this the way I do it now, I think I'm gonna permanently fuck up my hands. I really think so. That is why, even though I could get it a lot cheaper from something like eBay, and trust me, I don't mind getting something secondhand, I really don't. I don't have some weird, reason for why I specifically want to have a new one. Absolutely not. I would be completely fine with a second-hand keyboard. But like, when I look at something like eBay, all of the delivery times, it would take me like a month before I get it. And I'm starting to feel like I might actually need the keyboard, like, preferably now, because my hands just keep getting worse. I don't know. There is also like something about donation goals. I don't know, maybe I'm silly. I don't feel like super comfortable with it. Even though I kinda, you know, you could argue that I do this full time and stuff, and of course in some regard, I kind of need that support, but at the same time, it feels like it's a bit too much. Maybe I'm just silly, I don't know. It feels a little bit too on the nose for me to, I don't know, ask you guys to pay a keyboard for me. I don't know. Okay, so linear roll-off. Wilson, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate you. With a linear roll-off, the volume also decreases linearly, and it would reach 0 at max distance, which I guess is this. I don't know, is this pixels then, I suppose? Or like it's the same as the units I have here, I suppose. Games where you want predictable, gamey sound behavior. Easy to understand and control, can give clear spatial cues. Doesn't sound natural. So that's the issue here, you know, because obviously the reason we're adding spatial blend is because we do want it to sound more natural. What's up, Idon? Indeed! Did you guys know? I actually did see this. Did you guys know that Nautical Survival is fucking released into early access? Look at this. 10% sale as well. Ladies, gentlemen, once again, go and show some support to our fellow developers. Idon has been working on this really cool, like, survival-like boat game. Go and check it out if you haven't. I did play the demo for this game, and it is actually really fun. Go and check it out. I'm very happy for you, man. very good value bundles as well. Oh yeah, look at that. So how does this work? Have you... Because these are games with other... by other developers and stuff. So have you... Basically, did you guys like contact each other and decide to set up a bundle together? Is that how it works? Man from you, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing good, man. Nice to have ya. Yeah, we're friend games now, exactly. That's pretty sick though. Yeah, good shit, man. I'm happy for you. I hope the release will go great for you. I actually been thinking about it. You know how Irish John James set up this curator list of like games developed on this one? Games developed live by streamers. There's quite a lot of games in here. It's almost like every person developing games on Twitch are in this list. I thought about it. This might be a bit too many though, but it would be kind of cool to do some like, you know, Twitch streamer game bundle thingy as well. But I don't know, at the moment it seems like, you know, we have so many games that I don't know if it's viable to do a bundle with like 40 games, because obviously it's gonna up the price quite a lot. Yeah, we'll see. At the same time, I personally am quite far away from the release still, so we'll see. But I think bundles make sense. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool incentive, to be honest. Probably wouldn't qualify though. Yeah, you haven't been streaming in a while, have you, Idan? It's been a while since I saw you live. I do understand that you've probably been quite busy getting close to the release of the game. So have you decided to keep off for that? Also, didn't you get a new position in your like job as well? So I assume that does affect it as well. Custom roll-off. Oh, you can define your own volume curve. I don't know, it seems like I would like logarithmic, to be honest. But maybe we just need to play around with the max distance. Is the distance a sound stops attenuating at? 500. So would that be actually like 500... like if I put 500 here, because that is very, very far away. In that case, it kind of seems like we should probably bring this down and say that like... You know, say that like 10 actually is the max distance. Because we're never really gonna have sounds playing. Because if I wanted to sound then like it's playing even further away, what I could do is to just lower the volume of it, right? I think maybe we should try playing around with this. Sorry, I missed the last sentence. I just said that didn't you get like a new job position or something as well? I remember you mentioning something about it. I don't know, you might be in ads. We do have a little ad break going. Sorry guys, we will be back shortly. Okay, what happens if I put 10 here? Oh, but maybe now it's gonna roll off too much. Applying to prefab sound effect source. Let's try it and see what happens. And then let's bring this one back. Yeah, I'm head of game studies in the visual communication department where I teach now. Holy shit, look at this, man. Nice. Yeah, so I do understand that you probably have been quite busy with everything going on. But I am very happy for your release, man. I do nothing but hope for the best. How's your wish lists going? I know you hit 7,000 before, right? Yeah, look at that. Over 7,500 wish lists. Probably gonna up it even more now. Oh, well, actually, it goes both ways, right? Because if someone buys your game, even in early access, that's gonna remove the wish list, right? So I suppose it's gonna... You know, it might actually balance itself out, I suppose. What's up, Acrylic Pixel? How you doing, man? Welcome in. How's it going? It's going quite good. Planning to do some tweaking on the audio in the game before I push my next update for the playtesters. Kinda exciting. How you doing, Acrylic? Also, did you guys know Acrylic Pixel is yet another developer here on Twitch? He is one of the developers who worked on 10 Bells, one of the best horror games I've played, so go and check him out. Oh, you did Nautical? I love the demo. Yeah, the demo was really nice. I got email notifications. Me too, I saw it like this morning when I woke up. I've also been, you know, I'm in your Discord as well, so I've seen some announcements and stuff that we are closing in. Very exciting, man. Good Dance just had an interview for potential consultant gig. Ooh, nice! Best of luck, man. I will hold my thumbs for you, as we say in Swedish. What did you say in English? You do have some similar expression, right? Basically it means that when you're like, you know, you are... Cross our fingers, yeah, that's what you say in English, right. And in Swedish we say hold our thumbs. I'm gonna hold my thumbs for you. Yeah, cross your fingers, that's what you say in English, true. The spatial blend actually sounds very similar, doesn't it? Even though we did lower the match distance very, very much. Sound effect source. Yeah, match distance 10. Spread. I don't know what spread is. Oh, but wait. Volume. Yeah, it's only volume. It doesn't affect the panning, right? It only affects the volume roll-off. These still sound a little bit low in volume to me. Should we try adding depth as well? Because I know now, at the moment, my camera position is at -10 on the z-axis. And basically all of my objects are at 0. However, currently I hard-code it to 7, so we don't do any spatial... Oh no, we do spatial blend, but we don't do any like depth. It's always the same depth. So maybe what we could do is maybe move the camera a little bit closer. Maybe we... Because that shouldn't affect anything, right? Maybe if I put the camera at like -5, and then we would just say that the objects are now between -5 and 0. So 0 would be the back wall in the room, 3 would be like centered in the room, and -5 would be like the bag and flashlight who are like right up in your face, you know? We could try with -10 as well, to be fair. So we could do objects are between -10 and 0. And then instead of hard coding this, we can say that the position of the audio source is instead going to be the same as the position. So we don't even need to create a new one, we can just say that this position is equal to that position. Also, I asked Muniz today. I was forcing him to teach me some programming stuff during his stream. And I realized that, generally speaking, new, like when you do yield return new, or if you do like a new class or whatever, you allocate memory to create that new class or whatever it might be. But it's not really the same thing for something like a vector, since this is a struct. And that I kind of understand. The way Muniz explained it to me is that it doesn't really matter here, because a vector 2 or a vector 3 would still be on the stack. Can someone explain that in like layman terms? Because I don't think I fully understand what on the stack actually means. Like, I kind of... Just, is that related to like... Because you have like full stack developers, right? Which means you do like backend and frontend. I don't know if that's kind of related. It's something I've thought about. No. Okay, it's not. Fazer filhos. Oh, is that the Portuguese expression? I don't think I've heard that one. Fazer filhos. Wait, holding thumbs? Wait, is that actually an expression in English as well? Cross your fingers. But this is direct translation, or non-direct translations. Made sense. Alternative fingers. But I think that is from the expression then. In basic terms, a struct is a value type, while a class is a reference type. Okay, a class is a reference as in like a reference to a certain memory address, for example. Whereas a struct is a value type. It just holds a value. Value types contain the data directly on the stack, while reference types store a reference to an object containing the data on the heap. Value types contain the data directly on the stack, while reference types store a reference to an object containing the data on the heap. So I think my issue here is that I don't think I fully understand the difference between the stack and the heap. This difference is important because it affects how the objects are copied and passed around in memory. Okay. Stack versus heap memory. But what does that actually entail? It's an expression, yeah. Memory management. These two terms are about memory management. The stack and heap are abstractions that help you determine when to allocate or deallocate memory. High-level comparison. The stack is very fast and is where memory is allocated in Rust by default. This is a programming language, right? But the allocation is local to a function call and is limited in size. The heap, on the other hand, is slower and it's explicitly allocated by your program. So that would be for reference types such as classes, whereas the stack is for the struct as a value type. It's effectively unlimited in size and is globally accessible. Note that this meaning of heap, which allocates arbitrary sized blocks of memory in an arbitrary order, is quite different from the heap data structure. Sorry for the flashbang. Strom with the 3-month subscription. Thank you very much, man, you absolute legend. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very, very much. 3 months. Time flies, man. Example, int a equals 2, int b equals a, b equals 3. Let's see. A will be 2, b will be 3. Now if you use a reference, the a will be 3. Wait, so a is equal to 2, b is equal to a. Oh, and then you say b equals 3. Now if you use a reference, the a will be 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. It's from a Rust book, but it's still relevant to other languages. Yeah. Indeed it does. Been fun watching your progress. Thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot, man. And you should be more than halfway to the credits. I think I might wanna do something where the bot each time someone subscribes actually lets you know the like progress to becoming a supporter as well. I feel like that would be kind of cool, so that, you know, people don't have to manually look it up or whatever. For anyone who doesn't know, if you do !supporter, you can see how close you are to becoming a supporter, which means that you get your name in the credits of the game.
AE 517 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, AE? Hope you're doing good.
Time to stretch.
Time to stretch as well, that is probably true. Hope you're doing good, AE. Did anyone hear my arm just fucking crack? Because you pointed B to A, stack will just copy and create a new stack allocation. Ah. Sviatic, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Welcome in, hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. Usually it's like this: stack, faster heap, slow use stack. For value types, because you know the size of memory needed. Use heap for reference types, because you don't usually know the size of memory needed. Interesting. Okay, I kinda get it. I still don't know if I fully understand, like, in practice, like, where memory is allocated in Rust by default. Yeah, just that one, the stack is limited in size. So you, as you said, you would have to use the heap if you don't, like, know the size beforehand, I suppose. Which often is the case with something like a class, I suspect. It's also globally accessible. But is there a difference, like, when memory is allocated? Like, do they still... Is this just about the way you save them in memory, or is it like where you save them in memory? Or are they technically saved in like the same positions in memory, but just a different method of like allocating it? Is that... Am I making sense? I don't know. And if I'm right, correct me if not, the GC, as in garbage collector, doesn't collect stack memory. Oh, interesting. So then it must be different in some regard, in like where the memory is, I suppose. Because otherwise, how would the garbage collector know how to differentiate between stack and heap? it can't all be like next to each other in memory. I don't know if I'm going too detailed here. I'm just trying to understand how this actually works. Which might be, I don't know, this might be like super basic for a lot of people, but you know, as someone who's a completely self-taught and stuff, it's always, I try to make sure that I learn as much as possible. Let me bookmark this one. I think the game is gonna be lower in volume now. Not really. Wait, I don't think we have that much panning. Wait, did I do something wrong here? Get audio source. Position is equal to the position we pass in. That should be correct. Oh, did I forget to save something here? No, this is all correct as well. Wait, let me see in runtime where it actually gets positioned. What's up, Blue Blue? How you doing? I've only done 1 hour of work today and I need to do 5 more minimum. What are you working on, Blue Blue? Okay, let's see what happened here. Oh wait, this moves my... Wait, it still puts this at -7. Oh wait, yeah, that sound effect actually overrides. Let me spam something. Boom, that should probably create a new source. Z is at 90?
Cheers.
Wait, what? Oh, is it because this position is different to the position on a canvas? That might actually be it. Cheers, AE. Trying to release a game, but story hasn't been tested. Interesting. I need to work more on story as well. I'm actually stressing a bit about the story, not gonna lie. I feel like I'm starting to have like a really good framework for this game. But I just need to get the story elements correct to be able to start actually building content. It is kind of stressing me out. Wait, where game? Oh, this one is positioned at Z... Position Z, 90. How does that work? That would make it way lower in volume, right? Because that must mean that this canvas is even further away. I guess I mean, if I wanna be a bit cheeky, theoretically I could take this one, my room's parent, and put this at -90. Technically speaking, that would put it back. Yeah, so that's my actual canvas. This would be 0. So if I put this one at -90, it should be back at 0, right? Don't know if this is gonna make a difference, but let's try it. It's so interesting here how you technically, I'm doing a 2D game, but I'm kind of working in 3D as well. Imagine you're passing a class instance as a parameter to a method. Since it's a reference type, BX.
$597 remaining for the keyboard, lol.
Thank you so much, man. Absolute legend, thank you very much. That will help out, it will definitely help out. Thank you very, very much, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, $597 left for the keyboard. Let's fucking go. It is a bit closer, that is for sure. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Since it's a reference type, any changes made to it inside the method will affect the original object. Yeah, that makes sense. However, if you pass a value type, like an integer, changes inside the method won't affect the original value. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Because now you're working with like a new value type in a way. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's an important concept to understand, but yeah, I don't know what was the context of Moody's conversation. Yeah, I know for sure. No, but that makes sense. That's a good way to think about it. Thank you, man. Best advice I can give is to just do it. Yeah, that is true, but I think the reason I'm stressing a bit with the story is that I feel like it's also a quite important element. Do I have panning? Am I just deaf? Is it panning? Dude, I feel like I'm just deaf. Wait, let me check the audio sources. Oh no, wait, this just put at 85. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. I think this is messing with my brain because I'm working with like local and world positions. I think that's actually it. I think that is kind of what's messing this up a little bit. Potentially. Which is the canvas. Reference pixels per unit. Should be something like that as well. Because then if minus 90 here only gave me minus 5. Let's see, I did minus 90 here. And that only gave me minus 5 on this position. So something here is like a bit off. Is it the reference pixels per unit one? If a sprite has this pixels per unit setting, then 1 pixel in the sprite will cover up 1 unit in the UI. And that is currently the case, so I think that is correct. Is it which is a scale with screen size? Something is changing. Why does a canvas get put at 90 in Z position? Whereas my camera is set to minus 10. So what, they're 100 units away from each other. Is it the same with my UI canvas? Yeah, also 90. Well, this makes it very... What's plane distance? Plane distance. Unity canvas plane distance. How far away from the camera is the canvas generated? It only applies when camera.run mode is set to screen space camera. How far away from the camera is the canvas generated? Ah, that is what puts it at 90, because the camera is minus 10. I see. So if I would do 10 here, wouldn't... Oh, sorry, that's the wrong place. If I would do 10 here, that would actually put the canvas at 0. Okay, main camera, you are at minus 10. Game canvas, let's put you at 10 as well. And then, let's see, rooms. Let's put you back at 0. Let's just play around with this and see what happens. Worst case scenario, you can iterate. True, but the thing that kinda, I think, holds me back a little bit is the fact that iteration also takes more time. Like, if I completely revamped the story of the game, that's gonna be... It's gonna feel like unnecessary work if I build up almost content for the entire story and then decide that this is not good enough, I need something else. I'm basically restarting the entire game, do you know what I mean? Because obviously the story is gonna affect a lot in terms of like the layout of the world and like the world building and that kind of stuff. How's the UK? Aprendește lumea coisa e aumentaste o teu networking. I didn't do too much networking, to be fair. I did learn a little bit. I did talk to some publishers, which was kind of interesting to just pitch their brain a little bit and see like what it's like working in the industry. But I should be honest, I did really enjoy it. The event was a bit smaller than I actually thought it would be. It was a bit like, I think I thought this would be big enough to where you can spend like a whole day just walking around looking at games and stuff. And then it was like, you know, after 1 hour you were like, I think I've seen everything here. But it was still fun. It was still fun. That's game design. You do loads of stuff and then delete the things you don't need. Yeah, true. True, like obviously there's always iterations going on. It's just that the story affects so much. I think that's really the thing. Because it... Like, say that... let me be extreme. Say that I decide that this is gonna play out in the fucking future. Now all of a sudden a lot of the objects are no longer gonna work. I'm gonna have to draw new art assets to make sure that everything looks futuristic. Then if I would decide that, no, you know what, the story, this is actually gonna take place in the 1980s. Now I have to redo all of my art assets and like... So like the story affects so much. I think that's really the thing. No one wants to waste time, but you waste more time if you just think instead of act. Yeah, that is true. That is a good argument, to be fair. Okay, we have an ad break running. I'm gonna quickly go and get a bit more tea, and I will be right back. Give me just like a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I feel like I need to be drinking a bit of tea, because, like I said, I feel like I kinda have a cold or something coming up. I feel like my throat is a bit sore. Let's see here. Let's see first. Did I miss something in chat? I mean, your feelings are valid, story is important, but it's not about the words, it's about how it's shown. Yeah, that is very true as well. Because no matter the story, in the end, it's also about like, I'm gonna have to make a decision of like how much of the story I want to show, how much of the story I want to tell, and how much of the story I might even want to keep hidden, right? The only thing that's also something to keep in mind is that it doesn't really... Even if I decide to not keep a bunch of stuff secret and not let the player know of it, I still have to write the story, you know? Do you know what I mean? I also think it's just that I don't feel like it's probably not one of my strongest aspects either in terms of story. Like writing the story. Like writing is actually very easy to underestimate. It's fucking difficult, man. So I think that's one of the reasons I probably stress more about it, because I feel more confident in the like... I feel like I'm gonna be able to make some fun puzzles, like do the art assets, do the mechanics. Like this stuff I'm starting to feel quite confident with, whereas I feel like I'm just maybe a little bit less confident when it comes to the actual story itself. Dude, did I forget to do a push last time? Oh, I actually did. I don't think I did any push. Yeah, I didn't. Fuck me. What did we work on here? It was mainly sound effects. Yeah, we made all of the new sound effects. And we added the audio library as well as the audio player. sound effects, audio library, and audio player. Let me commit this. Whoopsie. Something I should have done earlier. A good example is Toontown. There is story, but people ignore it and just play how they want. Yeah, I think it depends a lot on the game, right? But I feel like this would kind of be the game that might actually benefit quite a lot from having a good story. I think that is kind of the thing. Like, preferably, it would have been nice to not really have to think that much about story. Which, in some regard, obviously, a lot of my time is gonna be put into just making the game itself good, making the mechanics good, that kind of stuff, making sure that the, you know, the actual playing of the game is fun. But I feel like, yeah, I don't know, I feel like this is the type of game that could benefit a lot from having a good story. Where, you know, like, for example, something like Five Nights at Freddy's. Very, very simple game. But I think there's a fair argument to say that one of the reasons Five Nights at Freddy's is also as big as it is because of like all the lore and story around it. It gives people more stuff to talk about, which kind of, in a way, promotes the game, right? You get those like water cooler conversations about story stuff, which I feel like if a game like Five Nights at Freddy's or something like Undertale, but to be fair though, Undertale is probably even more story driven than a game like mine would be. My game would probably be more similar to Five Nights at Freddy's, I suppose. I haven't played the game myself, but yeah. The lore grew though. The first game, the lore was barely there. Oh, interesting. I did not know that actually. Triangle is fun, story, and art, yeah. Do you have someone to talk to / discuss possible options with for the story, or are you fully on your own? No, I'm not fully on my own. I do have Lind, who's doing all of the music for the game. We've had the opportunity to go a little bit back and forth on like what we could do with the story and stuff. I also last week I also did reach out to Hilfert Games and kind of checked a little bit with him. I gave him a bit of my first little draft just to see a little bit what he thought about it. So I have gotten some input from other people as well. Because the thing that I think is a little bit annoying is that I would love to be able to just sit here and discuss the story with you guys as well. Because that would also benefit me, because I know how much like in terms of the interactions and the game itself, like how valuable it has been for me to be able to show and discuss this stuff with you guys. But it's a little bit annoying when it comes to the story, because like in some regard I don't know how much I want to discuss it openly with you guys, because that might kind of ruin the experience of the game for you instead. I mean, of course, you could argue that it's the same thing if you guys watch me make a puzzle. Like, obviously, that puzzle is not gonna be the same for you if you saw it be built, you know? Of course, that is absolutely valid. But with story, yeah, I don't know, something is just different, where sometimes I feel like, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm gonna be able to discuss certain things with you and show you certain things, but like if I'm working on like the end cutscene of the story, I probably don't want to do that on stream, because I feel like I might ruin a good portion of the game for you guys. I don't know. You could also argue that, you know, not everyone is always watching, so they're gonna miss stuff here and there. But I don't know. I think your game would benefit from both fun and story. I do agree. Playtests will be good for testing story. Absolutely. Like, the playtesters are gonna get some spoilers and stuff, of course. Like, that's inevitable. But I think it's very different having, like, you know, maybe 10 of my viewers test out the story and let me know what they think and stuff, compared to streaming the entire development of the story in public for all of you guys, putting this stuff on YouTube, where it's like, you know, it would end up being like spoilers everywhere. The entire game. If I do everything in this game live, I would end up spoiling the entirety of the game. And that might affect whether some people want to play the game or not, right? So I feel like I kinda, if someone is interested in playing the game, I also kinda don't want to ruin it for them. Whereas like, obviously, something with like my playtesters is a little bit different, because in some regard, they did kinda, they signed up for playtesting. Like, of course, it's inevitable that some stuff will be spoiled for them earlier than to others. But it is a bit different. I do suppose you could then make the argument that it's the same thing for viewers. You choose to tune in and you choose what portions to watch. But yeah, it's just different, because obviously it would end up being more people. Like, if I have my playtesters if I have my playtesters test out the story, I might spoil the game a bit for like 10-15 people. If I stream everything, I post the VODs, I post videos on YouTube, whatever it might be, from it, I might end up spoiling like 500 people. You know, it's quite exponential in that way. So what I do is I play the game from the most fresh perspective. Anytime I get lost, I say there needs to be story here. And also when you watch the video back, you can leave Easter eggs and fun bits everywhere. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. That is something I do want to put quite a lot of emphasis on, like little Easter eggs and little hidden things and stuff. Just partly it's just because it's fun to make, and I also think it makes the experience of playing the game a bit more fun, because it's, whenever you play a game, it's a nice feeling when you find something that's kind of hidden. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like this is a game that would benefit a lot from having those little things. But then again, a lot of the stuff that might be hidden might be little lore pieces and stuff. And once again, that means that that could also be quite tied to the story. Are you still looking for playtesters? I mean, I think, especially since I'm doing like doing a bunch of puzzles and stuff, I'm gonna need quite a few playtesters. I have quite a few at the moment, but I do have the applications up, and no matter what, whether I do it tomorrow or in a few weeks or whatever, I am probably gonna need more playtesters. So for anyone who is interested, feel free to apply. And since we're speaking about it, if anyone speaks another language and you would be interested in translating the game, I do have an application with that as well. Same thing that with localization is not something I am like actively doing at the moment, but yeah, if you're interested, feel free to apply in advance. Still a small slice compared to what a successful game would be. I mean, 500 copies is not really a lot. True. But you also, as you said, it depends on how successful the game is, right? Because for me, 500 copies is a lot. I don't need this game to sell in like the millions for it to be a success for me. I would be over the moon if I sell... Like, my goal would probably be to sell 2,000 copies or something. Because that would kind of be enough to pay me back at least a somewhat decent portion of the time I spent developing this game. And by that metric, it would be, you know, it would be a quarter of all the players that might be less invested into the game because they got it spoiled. Do you know what I mean? And the first ones are also the most important. The first players are probably gonna be people from my my community, you know, and getting those first reviews and stuff is also very important. So yeah, the more of my community is interested in actually playing the game, the better it would do for me. Whereas if and that's kind of the fear, that if I spoil too much of the story and stuff, I might de-incentivize certain parts of my community to play the game. But I still understand what you mean, Polyglot. Like, for sure I know that in the grand scheme of things, 500 is not a lot. But for me, it kind of would be. Keep in mind that a large group of people will skip as much story as possible too. So showing is more important than telling. Yeah, that is absolutely true. 100% agree. Because I know no matter what, like, a lot of people are just... Some are even gonna fully skip it. Whether you show it or not, they're just not gonna care. Like, players are different in that manner, you know, which I think is something you just have to accept. But I still think that it would be a big advantage for this game to have at least a quite decent story to it. Yeah, I will be happy with 200 copies, or 500, or 1,000, screw it, 1 million, yeah. No, of course, like, if I would end up selling 1 million copies, yeah, I would be over the fucking moon, that would be amazing. That would be like an actual dream come true. But I also need to be realistic, and I need to put more... Like, most people don't sell 1 million copies, do you know what I mean? And in some regard, I also think that if I just look at it in a more practical manner, I don't think... I don't need to sell. I don't need to sell 1 million copies to see this as a success. I really don't. Like, yeah, if I ended up selling 100 copies, I would be very happy that 100 people were interested enough into buying my game. But, like, financially speaking, that would be a bit of a failure. Like, it would be a loss for me, right? It would be a quite big loss for me if I only ended up selling 100 copies. But 1 million is far more than I need. It's far more than I need. I know success is relative, but that sort that I don't... But that sort that I don't care about it, in my opinion, is just bullshit. Yeah, no, like I fully acknowledge... I don't know exactly what you're referring to here. I fully acknowledge that whatever plus I get, of course I would be happy with. Like no. Game devs love to say that they don't care about sales. No, of course I care about sales, 100%. People need money, exactly. Like this is also an investment for me. Of course I would like to get a return on my investment. Absolutely. So, like, what I was saying, that even if I just sell 100, yeah, some part of me would be happy because at least some people bought my game, some people might have enjoyed it, but like, logically speaking, that would be a financial failure. I would have lost a lot of money on the development of this game if I only sell 100 copies. So I do agree with you. Like, I would see that as a failure, not necessarily to the point where I would go like, oh, I really regret this entire experience. No, just obviously there's other things I learn and stuff as well, which I do put value into, but financially speaking, that would be a failure. But I also do acknowledge that I don't think I need like hundreds, like 1 million sales for me to consider this to be a financial success, because I don't. This is weird though, because this is about reviews. And I do suppose this seems like it's better to calculate other current games. I saw another one, Steam sales calculator. I think I've seen another one where you could... Oh, it's all by Steam reviews. But I suppose you can still do this, just, you know, what is it? Like every 10th person leaves a review on average? Is that correct? Wait, can I see here? Refund, Steam... No, this is just revenue. Units sold. Original price. More detailed assumptions? Don't know what that is. Because say that I sold 100 units. I don't know how they calculate this stuff though, with like discounts and stuff, but we'll see. And say that we sell the game for, I don't know, $8.99. Might be cheaper, might be more expensive, I don't know. Just as a reference though. Yeah, they do take sales and stuff into account here, as well as the Steam chat. That would net me like $279. Like, this is obviously, this is not paying me back the time I put into making this game. This would still feel like, this would still make me go like, okay, I probably made a loss, but I mean, I definitely, objectively, this would be a loss. However, this would be enough money to probably give me a few more months, you know? Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, if I sold 100, this is like, this doesn't even pay my rent for 1 month. Steam reviews per sales. Oh, it's 30 to 1. That is quite low. I don't know where I got 10 to 1 from. $500 reviews. Because in the end, like, if I would make this an actual, like, financial success, I would need, like... Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, I'm being stupid. I'm thinking about crowns here. Because this is also... Gee, this is way more money than I need. I don't need nearly this much. Oh wait, this is also gross revenue, and then you have net revenue. 5,000. Yeah, so I guess I would, if I could get, according to this, if I could get like 250 reviews on my game, I might go kind of even out. Maybe a little bit less. It might even still be a loss. Just what, in October, which I'm still not even sure if I'm gonna be able to finish this game until October, that would be like 1 year for me that I put into working on this game. And at that point, I would probably have put something like... Yeah, I would probably put like maybe 15,000 or something into the development of this game. Well, not in direct investment into the game, of course, but this is like my living costs or whatever. Like, my expenses are quite low, which is good. I'm quite fortunate to say that that's the case, because that means that I don't need too much. So theoretically, yeah, if I got 300 reviews at 8.99 per price, this would be enough for me to consider this a quite huge success. But I also think even less than this would be enough to make me happy. Like, if I can just, even if I lose money, I'm not sure I would consider losing money on this a financial failure. Do you know what I mean? Where even if it can just buy me more time to continue trying to do what I really enjoy doing, that would make me very happy. Do you know what I mean? Now, you learned a lot with this, thank you on that as well. Yeah, for sure, because in the end, even if I get to the point where I have to, you know, grow up and get a job again, like, potentially, you never know, all the stuff I learned now might be enough for me to land a better job or whatever. Reddit is full of people who don't care about sales and then ask why the game didn't sell. Yeah. No, and I think it's a bit silly. Like, of course in some regard, I do game dev because I love to do game dev, you know? Like, even if I didn't make money of this, which currently I don't, let's be honest here, I don't make money. I would probably still be doing this. But with that being said, that's not the same as me saying that I don't care about the sales of my game. Of course I would want my game to do well, you know, of course. But in the end, like, one of the things that I try to think about as well is that, like, my goal with, like, streaming and game development and stuff is not to... My goal is not to become a huge, successful streamer. My goal is not to sell millions of copies of my game and get, like, a classic game out there. Like, both things would, of course, be fucking nice. It's not like I would be, oh no, oh shit, my game sold really well, that's sad. No, of course not. Of course I would be happy about it. But that being said, my actual goal is to be able to continue to do what I like. What do I like? I like streaming and I like making games. That is what I enjoy the most, you know. So if I can continue doing this, even if that means that I have to keep my expenses really low and stuff, like, I don't really care. If I have to eat ramen noodles to survive, that's fine, if I can continue doing what I really enjoy. And with that being said, I think that, like, how I make this viable, I actually don't care as much about, but I do care about making it viable, right? But if my game does semi-good, like, even if I get, like, 80 reviews, that would not be enough for this to pay me back for the time spent. But then you never know, maybe I earn a bit from streaming as well. And if both together is enough for me to continue developing games, that would make me happy. Even if the game does really bad, but my stream would do better, and that makes me able to continue doing this, that would also be a success for me. If my stream doesn't do good, but my game does really good, enough for me to continue do this, I would also be happy. Quite frankly, like, frankly said, I don't really care about like, the exact method in which how I would make this viable. If it turns out being viable for me to continue doing this, that would be the sickest fucking shit ever. Like, that's my actual goal, you know, to just be able to continue doing this, because I really enjoy it. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like, of course, with that being said, I once again want to note the fact that, of course, I want my game to do well. Of course, I want my stream to do well as well. Like, I do care about both of these things. I do enjoy both of them. But in some regard, I just want to continue doing this. Whatever the method of getting there is. 30 to 1, that's really low. Yeah, it is. What's up, Crystal Mess? How you doing? Welcome in, man. I'm gonna snooze this ad. I don't need money. I'm joking. In that case, you need to sell at least 7,500. 250 times 30, yeah. And that would be for the game to... If I spend like a year on this game, that would be how much I need to sell for the game to fully pay me back the time I put into it. But that's the thing, as well, as I said, I do make a bit of money from streaming, so technically I could pull this number down a little bit as well. We'll see. And like I said before as well, even if I lose money on this, I don't know if I care that much. As long as I make enough to be able to continue. Like, if it buys me 6 more months of me being able to do this, I would feel pretty good about that. Even if I, technically speaking, lost money on it. Just don't pay taxes. True. What's up, Cola Man? Oh, typo. Here you go. Feel free to join the Discord, anyone who's interested. Will it have in-game purchases, lantern skins? Fuck yeah, exactly. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do skins, we're gonna do microtransactions. Whenever you run out of battery, you need to actually pay to get a new battery. That is currently the plan. It's not. I'm joking, of course. Or am I? I'm joking. Or am I? Yes, I am. Have you spoken with anyone here on Twitch who makes money off the game they create? I'm talking 5K to 10K. Yeah, I mean, there are... Sus. I mean, there are people who definitely are making monies off the game. Like 10 Bows, for example. I know that for... As far as I know, for like Acrylic Pixel and Hilford Games, I don't think that 10 Bows is, at the moment, netting enough to like... you know, make them not have to work or whatever. Like, it's not fully paying off their expenses. But, you know, obviously the game is selling. And I also think that something that is important to note is that it's also very different depending on your expenses, right? I think, like, different people have very different goals. Like, my goal is quite low. Like, I don't need to make it... Like, if I can continue doing this, but I can't save money, I don't really care. If I can make just enough money to continue doing this, if I can make just enough money to buy food and pay for my apartment, that would be the fucking dream. Do you know what I mean? I mean, your stream is doing great. Whatever you do next will have some visibility. No, that is true. And like the stream, obviously my stream is growing a lot. Which is really nice to see. I really do appreciate all of you being sticking around here. Appreciate each and every single one of you. But we also have to be realistic. You know, of course, like the stream is doing good, but it's not enough to pay my rent, right? It helps me out, absolutely, which I am very fortunate to be able to say. But if I would continue exactly as of now, like my savings are gonna run out at some point, right? Like it's inevitable because my expenses are still higher than what I'm earning. That's just the reality of where we are. But yeah, I don't know. You never know. Like the stream might do better. Like I said, I'm still growing, which is nice. We also have, of course, releasing the game would most likely net me some money, which would be nice. Of course, it's annoying talking about this stuff at times, and I think that's why a lot of people, like Polyglot said, and Blue, like a lot of people talk about how they like don't care about sales and stuff, and I think it's because it can be a little bit of a touchy subject, because I think sometimes when you're talking about sales and like trying to make money and stuff, it can come off in a bad way, where it seems like I am doing all of this for money, you know, and that can leave people a bit of a bad taste. Do you know what I mean? But I also think that we, you know, like Polyglot said as well, we have to be like pragmatic, we have to be like realistic about this. Like, if I'm gonna continue doing this, I need to make money, right? Like, I can't continue doing what I do now if I don't make any money. I don't do it, but the thing is, I think is important to note is what the actual goal is. Because my goal directly is not to make money, right? Like, my goal is not to become fucking, you know, financially, what you call it? Ekonomiskt oberoende. What the fuck do you say in English? When you never have to worry about money again. Whatever, you get what I'm saying. Like, that's not really my goal. My goal is not just to amass a shitload of money. No. My goal is to continue to do what I love. That is actually my goal. My goal is to be able to continue and develop games and stream. That is my actual, like, concrete goal. However, indirectly, that also means that my goal is to make money, because if I don't make enough money, I cannot continue doing this. So indirectly, I'm not a chicken. Indirectly, of course I care about money. Of course I want to make money. But it's not... it's not because I just want to make a load of money. It's because I want to continue to do this. But to continue doing this, I need money, because I need to pay my rent. Otherwise, I don't have a place to stream from. You know? If I get to the point where I would have to sell my computer, I can't be fucking streaming. Of course, like, in the end, I'm probably gonna continue making games and streaming, even if all my savings run out and I have to get a job. Yeah, of course, it's not like I'm gonna completely go and, like, never program and make games and never stream. Like, I streamed before when I had a job as well. But of course it would change a lot. Like, I wouldn't be able to do the hours I do today. I wouldn't be able to make as much progress as I'm doing today, because I would have to deal with a full-time job as well. Pirate Software once said that price per region for selling games is very important. Yeah, true. I think Steam has some automation for it, where they do, like, localize the price or whatever. But I know that you can, I'm quite sure you can fine-tune it yourself as well. It's not about money, it's about seeing your project be successful. It depends on what you define as my project. Just like my goal really is just to be able to continue to do this. Whether the stream would be able to make myself continue doing this, or if the sale of my game would be enough to make me continue doing this, or if a combination of my stream and the games would be able to pay my rent. Like, in some regard, I don't really care about the exact combination, but like, if I can continue doing what I do, I would be over the fucking moon. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Lupo and Tattlebag? How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, financial independence, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you. How much is the rent? My rent isn't too bad. I mean, it's still rent, so it's money being straight off thrown away. When it comes to electricity, internet, and rent, I pay like $750 a month, something like that. And then my expenses on top of that is quite low. I think currently I'm trying to remain at like $1,200 a month. That's kind of where I'm trying to stay. Sometimes I go a bit over it, sometimes I manage to stay even lower, but like that's relatively low. Like, for a lot of people who have, like, you know, a big house to pay off, they have like a mortgage, maybe they have a family, you know, they have to buy extra food and stuff, like, you know, it's easy to have a lot more in expenses. So I am quite fortunate that my expenses are quite low. Of course, everything is relatively speaking, right? Like, depending on where you live and stuff, maybe this would be a lot of money, maybe it would be very little money. You know, it all depends. It's relative, right? But it's not too bad. Like, my expenses are pretty low, and like I said before, that means that my goal is not to make like my old salary. Like, I don't care if I make less money doing this. If I would make $1,200 a month, enough to pay my rent and food, that would be the fucking dream, right? That is currently my actual goal. Anything on top of that would obviously be great. It means that I might be able to actually save a little bit of money. Maybe
Chat
I would.
wants your attention.
What's up, Ginseng? Maybe I would be able to even.
Cheers.
I would be able to save a bit of money and maybe even, I don't know, be a little bit less stressed out, financially speaking. But 1,200 would be enough for me.
_ is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Also, Ginseng, cheers. Damn, people be spending money, spending them channel points. No one wants to think they've wasted the time. Yeah, I don't think I ever would get to the point where I feel like I wasted my time. I think that even if I quote-unquote fail, if I don't make this a viable, you know, living or whatever, I don't think I would ever look back at this time and go like, oh yeah, I really wasted all of this time and money. I don't think so. I think I'm still gonna see this as a valuable experience. Like, I learned a lot. I took some time to gamble on something I really enjoy, you know. I took a risk. I don't think I'm gonna regret it. But of course, if I would be able to actually make it viable, that would be even better. Yeah, you can use price of big match across the world to price your game for different regions. I've heard about that. Pau and agua, fácil. Yeah, exactly. Like, that would be enough. If I can live on bread and water, having a roof over my head, that would be fucking lovely. That would be lovely. Have you thought about joining a company? In what regard do you mean? I mean, yeah, in terms of like, if I... You know, if my savings start to run out, then, I mean, I would have to get a job, right? Like, currently I still do have a bit of a buffer before that. That's why I can kind of... That is why I can do this, because I saved money for a long time, and now I'm using that money to support myself while I'm doing this. But at some point I would need to get a job again if I don't start making enough to support myself. Like, that's just a fact. We just have to be realistic about it. So currently my like plan B would be to try and use the skills that I get from this to see if I can get a job. If that is not enough, then I might even... Then my plan C would be to potentially go back to school and, like, you know, re-educate myself and try to make myself more employable that way, I suppose. But yeah, obviously my plan A, the goal would be to see if I can make this, you know, into a viable living. Out in the northern parts of Sweden, rents are really cheap. Yeah, it would probably be cheaper if I lived up in the north. That is absolutely fair. Fucking colder though. It would be fucking colder. People code better in cold? I don't know, cold is not nice though, it really isn't. So just checking the audio levels here. I think we need to play around with this more. Wait, let me check if this is working as it should now. What is the actual position of these objects? And if I do this, and then we go audio system. Okay, now the Z value is set to 0 indeed. Except for the first one, so we're gonna change that. If I don't pause in, if I don't do the overload method, then we're gonna play this at... Well, it would be where the camera is, because that's the loudest volume, right? Which is -10. So we're gonna consider -10 to be right up at the camera, and 0 is gonna be furthest away at this wall. And then of course, if we ever make a bigger room, we could go even higher and go like, you know, 5 would be, or like 10 would be like a twice as big room where the wall is. Yeah, the select sound effect is definitely louder. I don't know, am I making the game too loud now? But it's better to have a game be too loud, because you can always lower the volume. The issue before is that my game was too low, and you can't always raise the volume, right? Microsoft have the servers up there as well, because of the cold don't need much cooling. Oh yeah, that's true. That's very clever. It probably costs more money to have the servers be in a warmer climate, right? Okay, so now the way we should try this is to go into our room and change the... Let's say we keep the actual room at 0 on the x-axis. That is where this wall is. This wall is at 0. We should actually visualize this, just to get an idea of how I'm thinking about doing this. So the way I'm thinking is that we have a camera here, right? This is the actual camera. And then we have the room sprite is gonna be over here. So the room sprite is at 0. The camera is at -10. Which means that, like, the flashlight, of course the camera is like your perspective. So if the flashlight is here, if you are holding the flashlight, that means that the flashlight should also be at -10. Something like the vent, which is on this wall, is going to be on 0. And then everything in between we can kind of... So we know now that -5 would be the center of the room, right? So something like the lamp is probably centered. The crate might be somewhat centered. So they would be more around this axis. I think this is a way we could, like, simulate depth. So meaning that if you strike the lamp, it's gonna be slightly louder than striking the vent, because the vent is a bit further away. It can't be too extreme, but it's still gonna add a little bit of a feeling of depth, right? So let's try this with something. We keep 0, let's say room sprite 0. The door should be 0. So the rug, for example, this is more like centered in the room. So let's put this one at -5. The table, you can probably remain 0. Now the annoying thing here is that the lamp and the light switch are actually the same object, but they're in different positions. So what I think we're gonna do here is that we're gonna keep this one at 0, keep the light switches at 0, but we're gonna take the lamps and put them at -5, so they're a bit closer to the camera. And if I understand this correctly, I should be able to visualize this, right? No? Should they not be moving? Oh, I don't think -5 is correct here because of how this is working. I don't think -5 here equals -5 here. I don't know why, but I don't think that's the case. We can try it. Let's do a few more. So crate also kind of centered. Let's put you at -5. And that is basically it. Let's see how this works. I don't think this is gonna fully work because I think those values are not the same. Because I think this is some local position, which might be messing it up a little bit. So this should be put at -5, these sound effects. Wait. Wood knock. It's at 0. Select click is at -10. Why did it get put at 0? Oh yeah, and speaking of my expenses, that's why I said that the keyboard would end up costing me like half a month. It's interesting when you do this kind of stuff, because I've noticed that the way I think about money has kind of changed. Like now, before when I had a, fucking perpetual income, when I had income every month, money was just money. Money was something to buy things. Now, since I'm doing this full time and stuff, living off my savings, it's interesting how my mindset has kind of changed to where I kind of see money as time. Like everything is time now, because I look at my savings and I go, how many months can I survive? Like that's really how my mindset has kind of changed. And even with something like the keyboard, I don't go, oh yeah, that keyboard is gonna cost me this much money. I go, oh shit, that keyboard is gonna cost me this much time. Like if I wouldn't buy this keyboard, I can spend this much more time working on my game. It's kind of interesting. Just wondering, do you feel any difference in pain when you sit down or stand up? I don't think so, really. I can't really say I do. Okay, why did that one not get moved correctly? We should pass in the... Yeah, play sound effect. Delay, volume multiplier, pitch multiplier, and we pass in the position of the object. Whether we delay it or not, we are just gonna pass that into the next one. So now we have the position here. We set the game object's position to the same as that one, or the audio source. The same position, and then we play. But they never moved. Okay, let's do this. Let's do light switch, lamp. Light switch Z position is at 0. Oh shit, both are the light switch now. Okay, let's do... Oh, how do I do this? I need more audio sources. Come on. Spawn a new audio source. You did. Okay, and then we press this one and we tab out. Wall light switch off, position Z is at 0. This one does change the X and Y, but the Z axis is still at 0. Oh, is it because the... Wait, I might have an idea here. Let's see, the lamp is at position 0. But this one is at -5, but this is not the one... But that would make this... The child objects of this one would also be at 0, or at -5, right? Because these are child objects. And this one is the one that plays the sound. And when we play the sound, we pass in the transform.position. So we would pass in the position of this lamp. Even though this is set at 0... That should not matter, because I'm not doing... It would be an override if I did local position, right? But I'm doing position, which should be the world space position of the transform. So that it should... Why is that? Okay, let me try. What happens if I do -5 here, and then we put the lamp back at 0? Does that make a difference? Wall light switch off, Z 0. Metal knock is also at 0. Why is it not updating the position? Or is it because these values are just not the same? No, it should never be able to remain at 0. Even if it doesn't correlate fully. Wait, this is very confusing. Okay. What if I put you at minus 500? Wait, you shouldn't even be visible then. Should you? Because that would that not technically put you behind the camera? Is this not working how I thought it would? Have I misunderstood how this works? Just, yeah, everything here is at the same plane. Why is that? Lamp on. Can I not... Ah! Ah no! Does the canvas lock the Z position? Fuck me, dude. How do we fix that? I think the camera overrides this position, or the canvas. Delete the camera, easy. Oh shit. Yeah, plane distance. That's how far away we render it. Is it that I can't use screen space camera? What if I would do screen space overlay? Target display, sort order. Maybe that would work then? Ah, but then I can't use the fucking post-processing. We lose all of the post-processing. Oh, what about world space? Because if it's positioned in the world, it seems like I can change this as well. Okay. Lamp on. Can I move you? No, I still can't move it on the y-axis. Only up and down. Maybe we can't have depth. It might actually be the case that we can't do depth whatsoever. Because I think canvases... unless I would do multiple canvases in each room. Yeah, so you would have, instead of just changing the value, we make... Theoretically, I suppose that we could have a, like, background canvas here. We do like a mid-ground canvas, and we do like a foreground canvas or something. Just then the Z position would be different. But that means I have to change a lot in like how I actually handle my rooms and stuff. Otherwise, the lazy thing you could do is to... Because I have two canvases now, right? I have the game canvas, which is everything inside of the room. And then I have my UI canvas, which is where we actually have the backpack and flashlight. I suppose if we go a little bit of the lazy route and we say that everything in the room is on the same plane, meaning that like the lamp and crate would not be further away than the vent, even though it technically should be. But the like flashlight and backpack would still be closer to you. We could try it just to see how it changes the volumes. Let's put this one back at screen space camera, and then we do plane distance 10. However, we then go into our UI canvas and we say that the plane distance here should be 0. So you should be at the same position as the camera. Is that gonna make the camera not render it? Do I have to put it slightly in front of the camera? Because now, wait, we can actually check this. If I now, let's say that we activate the inventory as well as the flashlight, we should be able to see, yeah, those would now be closer to you compared to the room. And then the camera, yeah, so they are where the camera is. But we do have an issue, they are not being rendered. So I think that means that the UI canvas plane distance, I think you will need to put you at like 1 or something to make sure that they are still visible. They're still in front of the camera. So now the camera is here. The UI canvas is... Oh wait, are these positions... They look like they are in front of the canvas. How is that working? That's interesting. Is it the same with my game canvas? No, that looks like it's straight on top of it. Why are these further away? Interesting. What's up, PRX? How you doing? Welcome in, man. How's your day going? So far, so good. Trying to finish up my update for the playtester so I can publish a new build to Steam. Kinda exciting. How you doing? How is your Wednesday so far? Okay, this seems to be rendering correctly. Can you do a backflip for me? Can't say I can, no, unfortunately. Stranded Enigma, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. I wish I could do a backflip for you, but no. Why are these on a different axis, or in a different Z position? When they put that 0 here, why is everything being rendered like menus? Flashlight. Because if this is set to 0, it should be at the same plane as my... How do I look around? Oh, there we go. Kinda interesting to see my game in like a more 3D perspective. Should I make a 2.5D game in the future? Maybe. Why are they in front when the Z position is 0? Everything is put at 0. Should that not put you at the same plane as this one? It doesn't really matter as long as it's visible, which it does seem to render it correctly. Is it just order in layer? Wait. No, it shouldn't be. Let's check the flashlight objects. No, this should be fine. Can I move you? Oh, I can move you, yeah. Wait, why? Why can I move this one, but I couldn't move the ones on my game canvas? Is something... Have I made something different here? Well, obviously the plane the plane distance is different. And the order in layer. But otherwise, it looks the same. But if I picked something in here, and I try to move you, I can't. And this I cannot move it on the x-axis, or sorry, z-axis. Why can I move this one? I'm starting to realize maybe I just don't fully understand how these canvases work. Because I do not get this. -9. And I don't understand why... If I put the flashlight at 0, should you not be positioned straight... Like, you should be at the same z-axis as this one. What if I would put this one at -9? That would move you backwards. Okay. Like my canvas is at like over here or something. But yeah, I think this is the thing as well. Like these values are different. The like world position is not the same as the position inside of the canvas. These units are not the same. And I think that is because of this, reference pixels per unit. What if I do 1 here? Is that gonna... seems the same. Okay, let's just try this first and see if it made any difference. Don't know if it did. Wood not played at Z0. The select sound effect played at -10, that is correct. Yeah, this one does play at -9, so it is closer to the camera now. Still quite low though. I feel like they're even lower than they were before. That can't be the case. Because my camera is the audio listener, so they should be closer to the camera, right? They are low as far as I can hear. It does seem like it. Which is odd, since this is my camera. Like, the flashlight and the backpack should objectively be closer to the camera than they were before. Just before they were at the same plane as this one. Rater, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Before you had the flashlight a bit louder than the rest. No, the flashlight was still lower. But I feel like it's even lower now compared to what it was before. I thought these would be like very boosted. Oh wait, minimum distance. Within the minimum distance, the volume will stay at the loudest as possible. Outside of this minimum distance, it begins to attenuate. Ah. Wait, what happens if I put this at 0? Will that remove the entire curve? Wait, can you see this? You can't really. So this was at 1. Wait, this is the listener. Is it? Yeah. And then this must be the volume. Yeah, this is how the volume rolls off. Spatial blend. Spread. Reverb zone mix. And this is the listener. This must be the distance. 0 to 10. Yeah, that's the distance. So what? My audio listener is placed at 3. Why? Shouldn't you be over here? Main camera, audio listener. There's no settings. This is placed at -10. Oh, so do I do... Wait. What if I do a higher value here? Yeah, then you get closer to the audio. So this would be 100% where the listener is, I suppose. Okay, let me take a quick break and just get a little bit more tea, and I'll be right back. We have an ad running anyway. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. Dark Abbey with the raid. Sorry, I just went on a teeny little break there. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Sorry for the bad little timing there. Bad timely break. Let me throw a little shout out here to yet another developer. If anyone coming in from Dark does not know of me, I go by Madshappy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game. Doing some tweaks to my audio, which is kind of maybe not fully working as I thought it would, but we're doing fine, yeah, that is basically it. If anyone wants to, you can see a little teaser for my game right about here. There we go. Dark, do you have anything you want to show off? Anything you want to link? Feel free to do so. Meowj, welcome in. Nice to have you. Hope you're doing good. Vicious Bits as well. Welcome in. Hope the game is doing well. So far it is. I'm trying to work on a new update for my playtesters. That is currently the plan, to get this new build up so we can have some people test it out. What have you been up to? You're getting ready for the next fest? Wait, when do you have to sign up for the next fest? I still don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. Yeah, it's pretty soon, isn't it? Wait, have I have not been... No, April... Okay, so it's the end of this month is when you have to sign up. Registration closes April 30th. And then I would have until June. Because if I'm gonna... And submit... Wait. Do you have to submit the build when you sign up? Because in that case, I'm definitely fucked. In that case, there's no way I'm gonna be able to join this next fest. To be fair though, it does say that you can always cancel if your plans change or you aren't ready for this edition. So I should probably join no matter what, to be fair. But the thing is that I don't think I want to do Steam Next Fest unless I have a demo ready. For the special viewing thing. But you can only submit only one game once. Yes, that is true, but you can cancel. So you can only... I think you can only, like, successfully submit it once. So you can, as far as I know, you can register for multiple Steam Fests, but you can actually only have the game in one, right? So that's what I mean, like, I should probably register no matter what, and then just see if I'm gonna be able to make it or not. But it's kinda, yeah, I don't know. Cause, when does it start? June 9th. So that would be... It's in 2 months. I mean, 2 months is quite a lot of time if I get to working on content. Could probably do quite a lot in 2 months. But it's, I don't know, it's so hard to gauge when it's like one of your first commercial products, right? Because I haven't practiced the skill of like gauging how long stuff takes as much, do you know what I mean? I wanted to ask if you're using Steam Beta for your testing. I use I have a Steam playtest application. So I don't do playtesting on my actual like main build or whatever. I did set up one of those like separate playtesting applications. And then I do keys for that one. So I don't do any, currently I don't do any like public playtesting. I only like, well basically the way I do it is that we have an application where people can apply to playtest, and then I just manually send keys to them. Super useful indeed. Also just way easier to do it through Steam, like just push one update, everyone gets it. You know? It's quite convenient. But as far as I know, you don't want to do it on your main game, because that, if you give out the beta key to your main game, I think that can kinda mess it up a little bit, I think. Because you don't have the same type of control, right? But, Dark Happily, do you have anything you want to show off? Any links or something? Feel free to post it. So the beta system is a subset of your main page. Yeah, exactly. It's like a separate, it's like a child app kind of, right? I think it might be louder. Maybe not. That looks the same. I like how I use my OBS audio to look at the levels. Kinda works though. Oh, you haven't launched the Steam page yet? Don't have much to show off elsewhere? Gotcha. Well, what have you been working on? I mean, let me check you out. Do you have VODs enabled? You do. Oh, you're doing some artsy stuff? Roguelike fantasy team builder turn-based RPG. Ooh. I mean, that does sound pretty sick. Do you have a name for it yet? Out of curiosity? Okay, so you got skills here. Yo mama fire. Let's go. Train up. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, Echoes of Heroes. Yeah. I think you mentioned this. Sorry, there's a lot of games. Yeah. I think I've seen this one. Right? Jeez. Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah, I remember this. How far along are you at the moment? Trying to get beta ready for next fest? Ooh, nice. Good shit, man. Dude, we got raids back to back. What's up, Kamarao? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Was lurking your stream earlier. Are you working on a new game? It looked like you were working on a new game. Let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Camarão Lendario. Bem-vindo, pá. Hope you're doing good, man. We're currently checking out Dark Abelis game here. It's an old teaser, as is always the case with teasers, right? I made my teaser for my game, and like 2 weeks later, it was an outdated teaser. Ganda 2 guy, exactly. Ah, yeah, that's true as well. So can you can kind of customize your abilities. Cool stuff, man. Are you working on the Steam page at the moment? Yeah, just want to get the Steam page up and something to get people to test. Nice, man. I mean, that's a big step in the development as well. No new game, just teaching myself some 3D Godot. Nice. We'll eventually go back to Team Fortress 2 Quake 2D. Nice, nice. Portugal caralho, exactly. Just need another trailer. Dude, I need one as well. My trailer is mad outdated. It really is. But the annoying thing about the teaser is that even if I do update it, it's still going to... It's gonna take like another 2 weeks and then it's gonna be outdated again. So I kinda feel like I might as well wait. And here we have Camarão's game. Team Fortress 2 Quake 2D. Did you do some updates for this as well? Well, weren't you doing some game jam as well, Camarão? If I'm not mistaken. Finishing up the drag and drop system for the game. Ooh, nice. I kinda need to work on a drag and drop as well. No, okay. Dormant for these few weeks. Yeah, I know. But I hope you're doing good, man. And I'm glad to see you back at it. But I have to I have to run and get lunch. Keep on keeping on. Thank you very much once again for the raid, Dark, and I'll catch you next time. Oh wait, do you have a tutorial now? Wait, I saw it. Ah, you do? Sorry. Let's see, how do I get this? Can I get this full screen? I think I got it full screen last time. Well, I could do... Rocket launcher to propel yourself upwards by shooting the floor and clear the objects. There we go. This is nice with the arrows and everything as well. Yeah, I don't think you had a tutorial last time I played this. Oh, no way, dude. What? Okay, no, it is makeable. Wait, I'm not timing it right. Wait. There we go. Easy peasy. The jam was to get me to start developing again. Nice. How did it go? Did you finish the jam? Is it done so? Oh, this is the best part. Looks like you ran out of ammo. The grapple hook. Oh wait, which button is the grapple hook again? How do I do the grapple hook again? Shift in this version. Oh, there we go. That one is fun. I love that mechanic. Whoops. Ooh, oh, I see. Nice! Buena fish indeed. Oh, I can't go down there, can I? No, I can't. Okay. Want to see if I could get to some hidden portion there, you know. Nice, man. Tutorials are important. Good shit. Yeah, I did. The game isn't good by any means. Oh, don't say that. But I can link it if you'd like to see it. Yeah, sure. Link it, man. Let me have a look. Can I put minus values here? I can. I don't understand how this works. So wait, this is my listener, which means that if you're at the same plane as my listener, you should have higher volume, right? If I do less match distance, then we reach less spatial blend. I barely understand this curve, I think that's the issue as well. I thought these would sound way higher now, since they would be closer to the camera, but it doesn't really seem to be the case. What happens if we do more spatial blend? Oh my god, you know what I just realized as well? I'm not applying this to the prefab. That might be quite important to do. Oh, well, the first one should always be the same no matter what. What happens if we do more spatial blend? It goes even lower in volume. Okay, so 0.5 would give me more volume. Priority. Set the spread of a 3D sound in speaker space. Barely understand this shit. Specify how much the pitch is changed based on the relative velocity. Yeah, we don't want that. That's gonna make stuff weird. Oh, need you to make the models, by the way? Ooh, nice. Oh yeah, I think I saw. Because I follow you on itch. I think I got a notification about this. April Jam. Don't think I've heard of this one. Oh, the voting is as we speak. Theme is someone different. Match team size is 2 people. Can we use any game engine? Interesting. Ah, dude, I think I'm actually getting sick. Holy shit. Cannot be bothered. Damn! Look at this guy. 8 minutes and 6 seconds before the deadline. Dude, you must have been stressing a little bit. Or did you submit another build first? Oh, you must have been stressing a bit in those last moments. I can imagine, like, looking at the time, being like, I need to fucking get this build up now. When did I submit mine for the game jam? I think yeah, just for me it ended during like the morning, so I think I had to submit it during like the... Yeah, I think I stayed up a little bit too late. Because I think it ended at like 6 AM, so I think I was up until like 1, 2 AM working on this. But I still had like 5 hours-ish. But I just thought of a good game idea for a horror game. Imagine a monster that can only see you if you have your in real life eyes open. And you have to have a webcam, etc. But you get the point. That could be cool. I know that there is a game on my wishlist that does something similar. This one, right? Before Your Eyes. This one you basically play by blinking, I'm quite sure. So each time you like blink, the game changes, which is kinda interesting. No, that was the first submission. Damn. I made the entire code for the ghost, you'll see what I mean, in the last hour. Oh, damn. Not bad. How long was the game jam? How... Can I see that now? Oh, 3-day jam. Ooh. That is, yeah. That's not a lot of time. I mean, I had a full month to work on mine. I still haven't done one of these, like, shorter game jams. I mean, I've only done one, so, yeah. Travel and go into convention is equal to sickness incoming. Yeah, it really is, man. It really is. I hope I don't get too bad, though. I hope I can still stream on Friday, as per usual. We'll see. Fuck it. Worst case, maybe I'll do, like, a no-camera stream where I just fucking work while sitting here sniffing for myself. We'll see. Probably not gonna be as entertaining, but we should try. Oh, you started more than 12 hours late? I see. Prisoner Ghost Space Experiments is a 2.5D side-scroller where you must defend yourself against both the aliens and ghosts, and your ghosts, who will mimic your every move and cannot be terminated. Incredibly buggy, that's funny. Art's made by Nijet. Nice. Okay, you shoot with left mouse. Oh no, shoot left with left mouse, shoot right with right mouse. Okay. Move left and right, jump, fall through platforms. Do you have music in the game? Do you have sound? Just wait, I had a ghost as well, is that... If I... Oh, okay. Whoops. I think I died. It's a weird control stream, we wanted to be very experimental about it. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's cool. I feel like people should be more experimental, right? And yeah, I do know that web versions are interesting. Oh wait. There we go. I had a lot of issues with the web version of Shadow of Gloom as well. Fuck. I forgot to add the kill switch when you fall, okay. I like that it's a bit random though, like where you end up. I do get some large spike the first time I shoot. Oh shit, wait, they spawn more of them in as well? Oh, and there we have my ghost. Oh, so wait, can he shoot me now? Oh, that's kinda cool. Okay, so I don't wanna be on the same level as him. So wait, I suppose... Is he gonna catch up to me as well then? Oh, that is pretty cool, man. Wait, can you shoot me? You can. Okay. To watch out for him now. Ah, shite. Interesting idea with the ghost. I know I saw some similar game. I think that was more of a platformer where there was something similar where you had like you could play it so that you use like one of your copies to do a thing to help the other copy or something. Obviously that is more like collaborating with your other ghost or whatever you want to call it, as this is, I suppose, the other way around like. Because I assume that, oh god, now we have a lot of them. These will like hurt me as well, right? Oh no. Cool stuff, man. Probably because of particles, yeah, maybe. Think of it like the ghost from Celeste if you played it. I never did. I actually never played Celeste. It's probably one of those games that I should check out at some point. To be fair, I've never been super big into... Well, I shouldn't say that. Might not necessarily be true. I think I just haven't played that many platformers in general. Like side-scrolling platformers. Like I played quite a bit of Super Meat Boy. That's like the first one that comes to mind. I made an array that gets a dictionary appended to it every physics frame with a bunch of information. This is erased and transferred to the ghost and cleared. Interesting. Pretty simple, really. There's also a bug where everything spawns multiple times. Yeah. It's a really good game, even if you're not big into platformers. Movement feels good. Yeah, I should play it. I should, because it's like, it is one of those like classic games, right? Interesting. Okay, we need to see if we can actually get this build ready. I don't know, I might have to skip a bit of this volume stuff, because it's gonna be... I feel like I'm gonna spend a lot of time trying to get this right. I think we might just have to do a little disclaimer and explain to people that the volume levels are gonna be a little bit off in this specific build. This one is so much lower in volume. Because it feels like since the badge and flashlight are close to you, they should be a lot louder. Which I thought that the... Wait, why is this? It looks like the listener moves every now and then on the graph. Yeah, just now we moved over here. Why does that happen? I think we should play around more with this. What if I do like 15 here? I don't know how they actually calculate this distance, what exactly it refers to. Let's apply that. Oh, there's a big bag now. Looks really cool. Thank you, man. I love it. Yeah, I do think it turned out better. I tried to do more like diegetic UI, right? I want to have as little... what you call it? As little... actual UI elements as possible. Since the flashlight, you know, is more like diegetic. Like it's not like you click a button to turn the flashlight on. So that's why I kind of wanted to opt away from from the button in the corner that we had before as well. Make it feel a little bit more immersive. The only thing that's that I cannot do fully diegetic, of course, is the actual inside. So here we basically have the same representation as before, where it's like a... what you call it? It's a more gamified visual representation of what you have in the inventory. Because there's no way I'm gonna be able to make it full on like the forest inventory. If you guys haven't seen it, the forest is one of those games that actually has like a pretty much fully diegetic UI. But that means that the inventory looks like this. And that is a lot of work. How many items are there? Don't know. But it's probably gonna be quite a few. And the thing is that now I would need to make even more sprites and stuff. And I don't know, because I don't know if I would want to do this, where you have a specific new scene for it as well. Because I feel like that kinda might... even though technically this would be more realistic, it kinda feels like it's even more... like it kind of takes away from the immersion, because you go away from the room to look at the inventory, do you know what I mean? You could do something like how Balatro shows cards, if you know what I mean. Do you mean, because I did think about that before, like, if you mean in terms of like having stuff actually stick out of the bag. But it's still a lot of questions how you would do it, because... like the hammer would need to be quite big, and the screwdriver, like even with those two, it would take up like half of the space. And then how do you do with like items I have multiple of, like batteries? Because if I do it fully diegetic, I can't have a number next to it. It would be weird to have a battery stick out and then saying 10, I feel like. Because we have a lot less space to work with. Even now in this version we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're gonna be able to have multiple keys at the same time. And then imagine, we're probably gonna have like 5 more tools and stuff. It feels like it would end up being a lot of work and quite non-flexible, as in like, if I fill this backpack up and I then decide to add a new item, am I gonna end up having to redraw the entire like inventory sprite? Which is maybe I need to turn all items a little bit smaller now for them to fit. And since we're working with pixel art, I can't just scale it down. I need to draw like a new representation of the item and stuff. It would be cool, but I don't know if it's gonna actually work. We can smash lights now, which is kinda cool. Yeah, I don't really still understand this whole roll-off thing. If I do more spatial blend, I bring that bar up. I barely understand what that means. Well, this means we don't care about it whatsoever. Okay, wait, what if I put you at 1? So yeah, you can see that the orange one is the volume scale. The red one over here is where the listener is. I think, or that is where we hear the sound. Which means that this volume is actually quite low. Why is this one so much higher? Ah, it might be because of the position of the sound effect, to be honest. So what, the volume roll-off is like the same for these two? They're almost at the same position. That's interesting. Oh, is that because this one is more in front but further away? Is more centered but further away? Whereas this one is closer but further to the right, so maybe it like balances out. I mean, most of this is about the panning, though, to be clear. Yeah, box of batteries. I do suppose that could work. But yeah, it's mainly the like amount of time to make these like art assets and stuff, and then if I need to change something, it feels like it's gonna add a lot of work, and I do have to keep scope in mind, you know, because I do want to finish the game at some point. I don't know if it's because I'm used to Godot, but I feel like Godot has a much better UI than Unity. You do? That hierarchy tree looks unreadable. You mean this one? I mean, I don't know. I have nothing to compare to. I don't know how the Godot one is. If this is what you mean. Well, how do they show it in... Is it not the same? I suppose this is the hierarchy. I mean, this is quite similar though, isn't it? I do suppose those arrows might kinda show a little bit better what's connected to what. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I would consider it like a huge difference, but I do see that it probably is more readable. That is probably fair to say. To be fair though, I could probably get some Unity asset that updates the hierarchy. I bet that's a thing, right? Must be. Not that I really feel like I need it, but just out of curiosity. Hierarchy. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe this kind of stuff could be good though, having like different colors and stuff. What's this? Did this load correctly? Because here, yeah, you get more icons and colors, I guess. Has icons instead of everything being cubes. Is everything cubes? I mean, 95. Oh yeah, it might actually be. Wait, yeah, it is. Everything is cube. I think that is because of the cube represents a game object, right? And everything in Unity is a game object. Yeah, maybe something like this could actually be nice. It would make it. It would make it more readable, to be fair. Yeah, this is basically the same, right? Maybe. Even just being able to color them differently would be quite useful. I don't know if I care about it to the point where I would pay money for it, but if there's a good one that's free, I would probably get it. Just simple icons. But wait, can I not already change colors? Wait, I think I might be able to. Yeah, I can. Well, no. Select icon. Oh, it doesn't update in the hierarchy, it only updates here. That's a bit weird. Wouldn't you change this to see it in the hierarchy? What's up, Mr. Grey? How you doing? You can write stuff like this, tutorials on YouTube? I feel like I'm distracting you too much. I'm sorry. Dude, no worries. I always get distracted. I think even if no one said anything, I would still manage to distract myself. Don't even worry about it, man. How you doing, Mr. Grey? Hope you're doing good. Cheetah as well. Oh man, if you had those lines in the hierarchy view, the project would be done already. No, it wouldn't. Because in the end, like, I think the fact that you set this up yourself, you know, which is the same anywhere, but, you know, you kind of learn yourself how to navigate it right, and, you know, with the specific parent objects, like, if you would ask me where something is, I know exactly what it is. You need them lines. He is distracted a lot. I guess that viewers are used to it by now. Kinda true. But I've said it before as well, and I think it's quite a thing to remember. Like, in the end, if I really did not want to be distracted, I would not stream, you know? Because there's no way you can stream something and never get distracted. There's a pretty fair argument that, you know, you're probably more productive not streaming. Question though is if you're as consistent, because I do think there's a argument that, like, streaming development and stuff does hold you a little bit more accountable. I think that's kind of fair to say. However, I do think that, like, if I do 8 hours on stream versus if I would do 8 hours off stream, I probably do get more done off stream, but I also don't enjoy it as much. It's more fun streaming. I mean, look at Pirate Software, he has so many viewers, no wonder his game has been in development hell. Yeah, exactly, for so long, yeah. But I'm a bit confused, what... If I can change the icon here, why would it not... What is the point of this if it doesn't update it in the hierarchy? It only updates it in the inspector? Is that because it's a prefab? No? Other. Oh, I can make my own ones as well. But still, wait, I'm actually confused. What is the purpose of this if it doesn't update the hierarchy? Wouldn't you do this to see it in the hierarchy? Am I just misunderstanding how this works? Hit the gizmos option, I believe it changes it in the scene. Ah, well that might make more sense then. Yeah, UI canvas. Yeah, you're right. It does change it in the scene. I suppose that is the... Did I just miss it on the other one? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, at least then I see the purpose of it. I see that it has a purpose. Okay, fair enough. Sound effect source. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to work this out. I truly don't get this fully. There's too many variables, I feel like. Set the spread of a 3D sound in speaker space. Min distance. Within the minimum distance, the volume will stay at the loudest possible. Oh, so anything below this is as loud as possible. Oh, I think I get it now. I think I get it. I think I misunderstood it before. Match distance is the distance a sound stops attenuating at. So that would be when it... what goes... Oh yeah, but this one, since I'm doing logarithmic, it never reaches 0. Can I change this myself? Oh, I actually can. Okay, so what if I lower this one, that means that it's never really gonna get quite as low, and then we up
Spectacular
this
one is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Spectacular? How you doing? What's up, Nietzsche, as well? Welcome in, man. So weird seeing the game from this angle. It kinda is, isn't it? Like, it gives you a very different perspective. It's kinda interesting how, in a certain regard, a 2D game in Unity is still kind of a 3D game. I don't know if this is always the case, but just you still have all the 3 dimensions, right? Just you have 1, 2, 3. Like even here. In the transform you always have, it's always a vector 3, right? You have the X, Y, and Z, which kind of makes it 3D in a certain respect. What's up, Spake? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. Also, Nijit, good job on the art. I checked out your guys' jam game earlier. Okay, let me try this. See if this made any difference. Let me pause the music for now. Why is one louder than the other? Oh, did I not update the... Yeah, I didn't. Apply. There we go. Because now we should have less volume roll-off. Which I think I want. I don't think I want the volume to change as much. Maybe on the Z-axis in that case, but... Otherwise, I mainly want the panning. Because that is what mainly gives the 3D... feeling, right? It's still different. Every other one is louder than the one before. No, it's a second source. Why? Is there something else I didn't save? Why would the same game object give me different volumes? That's bloody weird now, isn't it? Just it should give me the same position. You can call it a 3D game and it's not totally dishonest. Exactly. It kind of is. Because in some regard, it is a 3D. I have 3 dimensions, right? I think I'm gonna tag this as a 3D game on Steam. Just see what happens. This is so odd. Ah, wait, the spatial blend is different. Oh, did I not save the spatial blend? Why? Oh, I think I saved it in the system, but not in the... Ah, I see. Yeah, I still have an override here. Ah, okay, makes sense. So yeah, the one being instantiated afterward had less spatial blend. Yeah, there we go. I mean, they are kind of louder. So yeah, we just did less... We still have panning, but we have less of a volume roll-off. I think that might be how I want it. Because otherwise I feel like it's gonna be too... It's gonna be too much volume changes. To the point where it might even feel less natural. What's up, Lou? Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Imagine your desk starts racing automatically and your chat throws you up when someone redeems that. I thought about it. Since I'm using StreamerBot now, it actually would not be impossible to do it. I could make it so that if I did a bit of electrical engineering, I could make it so that when somebody redeems the stand-up reward, it would since I can do custom scripts, I could have my streaming bot, like, actually make it automatically start raising my desk. Which would be pretty fucking cool. But obviously I would need to do some type of like electrical engineering to make sure that either that or make something mechanical that like just pushes the button for me. I mean, technically with StreamerBot it would be possible, which is kind of mad. Dude, it would definitely scare me the first few times. It would also kind of be dangerous. You never know when it would happen. What if it automatically lowered and I'm like stuck under the table and I get fucking crushed to death? And that wouldn't be very fun. Maybe it would be good content. I'm messing. Just woke up from an afternoon nap, not feeling great, feeling a sore throat. You and me both, man. I think I'm getting sick, man. Not too surprising, since I went to London to that event, and also, you know, a bunch of public transport and stuff around one of Europe's largest cities. Not super surprising, but I do feel like I think I have some cold or something coming. Little bit annoying. Am I able to post files in the Discord? I have a very basic file that changes specific items in the hierarchy. Interesting. I mean, yeah, sure. Just describe it and post it in the gamedev channel or something. So, it's a file. Is it like an asset then? Did you make it yourself? What's up, Gamian? How you doing? Welcome in. That would be top tier clip. Imagine like that would go off on like live stream fails or something. There's some orange juice, honey, and lemon tea, and chicken soup. I have been drinking a lot of tea. Not specifically honey and lemon tea. I do think I have honey though, to be honest. Yeah, I blame the weather here. We had 18 degrees on Friday, 3 degrees on Sunday. Yeah, that's a fucking switch, man. It's a class that is always loaded and changes the color of objects with specific names. You can customize it easily to your liking. Interesting. It's a class, so it's like an editor class you've made then, that like runs in the editor, I assume. Yeah, I've heard honey is good as well. Maybe. Still, I'm not doing too bad at the moment. It's just one of those things where I can like... you know, I can like feel it coming. You know, I'm still quite fine. It just feels like I have a cold incoming, you know. Just throw it in your project and it's good to go. Interesting, yeah, I might have to give it a go. Because I do see the argument that you could probably make this more readable than it currently is. Yeah, I think this might be fine. Yeah, I think the thing is that even though the UI elements are closer to the camera, they still are quite a bit to the right, which I think... I can't even see what audio listen is. This one I can see. Just I would have expected this one to be at like 100% volume. Wait, what happens after the match distance? It stops attenuating it. So that means that this is gonna be the lowest volume I ever reach. Okay. I could also be a little bit cheeky, because with something like the flashlight, the issue is that it plays from this position, right? And this position is gonna do the center. The audio source will be placed at the center. We could probably have it play a little bit more from like over here, where you actually are clicking. So I think that would make it a bit louder as well, since it gets closer to the audio listener. Just post it in your tools and resources, nice. Yeah, honey is a wonderful thing for sore throats. I might try it. Maybe throw a little bit in my tea. Ah, wait, we can actually see the code here as well, right? Okay, so if we're in the Unity editor, this is a background color for game objects in the hierarchy tab. Static hierarchy object color. If object is not equal to null, set it to white background color and white color. And then, okay, so then here you basically hard code it by name, so you go that if the object is called environment, then the background color is red and the text color is this. Interesting. I would mainly just do this for like the parent object or something anyway, so it's not really too bad if you have to like hard code it. Oh, you did not write it? Okay. A perfect opportunity to just play it off as you were the one writing this. I would have been like, oh yeah, nice. I'm messing. If background color is not equal to white, what does this do? Font style bold. Oh, it changes the font, draw rect, background rect, offset rect. Oh wait, this is the actual updating of it, isn't it? Yeah, because you set it to white at first, which means that if it isn't white, that means you've changed it. So if you have changed it, then I think this is where we actually change the colors themselves. Yeah, text color equals text color. And where do we set the background color? Here, draw rect, BG rect, background color. Ah, I see. Fuck it, let's try it. Oh yeah, I wrote this, totally mine. There you go, there you go. So wait, where do you... Was this static or... No. But it's also not a mono behavior. Wait, where do I place this? Do I just need this in my actual... or... Yeah, just the actual things are static. hierarchy object color, static vector to offset. If we're in the Unity editor, initialize on load. Just in your project, nowhere in hierarchy. Interesting. Sorry, what actually triggers this? On your instance ID, or is this like an event? Your how does it actually get triggered? So this is just me out of curiosity trying to understand how this actually works. Because this is the... Oh yeah, it is. Hierarchy object color, edit application. So on this we subscribe with this method. Yeah, okay. So the static method... Oh wait, what calls this one then? Oh, this is a constructor. Ah. Yeah, this is a static constructor of this class. Now I get it. It's a static constructor of the class, and when you construct it, we subscribe to this event where we do this. You never unsubscribe. Is that an issue? Probably not. Let's try it. Oh shit. Wait, can I not do this now? Hierarchy object color. I'm gonna... Because if I save this, how does this work again? Is it gonna create a new script for me? I think it will. Damn, got past my malware. You know it. No, I'm messing. Wait, can I rename this one? No, I think I can do it this way. If I rename this back into... Or maybe I can just rename it Boom. No? Wait, should I have downloaded it? Well, because I thought you just sent the code itself, or... Wait, I'm so confused. No, this is an actual... Oh yeah, it is an actual file. Oh. Interesting. So when you send a file in Discord, they actually just show the code? I don't think I knew that. I thought you just posted the code. Okay, so let's see how we would do this now. Let me do this. Let's see, what colors do you have again? Is my intelligence bugged? Of course it is. Why would it not be? Black, blue, clear, cyan, and then of course I could hard code the new color myself as well. Just want to see the default ones. Oh yeah, the error is because of this, right? Makes sense. I have a better idea. Should I not... Oh no, wait, that one is not gonna be... What if I make a mono behavior where I can put this? But wait, theoretically I should make this into a mono behavior and place it... Oh no, because then we do this on constructor. Is a static variable constructed in the editor? I'm thinking if I could make something where I can assign the colors in a inspector and then have this one set it to what those are. So, you know, I could have something like hierarchy settings, have that be a script and set it to a specific color in that script. Does that work if I would make that color variable into a static? I don't know how, I haven't done too much of this, like... Oh, but this is, wait, initialize on load. Allows you to initialize an editor class when Unity loads. And when your scripts are recompiled, probably. I mean, we could just try it. Okay, so we have one here that's blue. Let's just say that's something like system. Let's make you blue. And then, do I not have static colors over here? System settings, color settings. Are these static? They are. Color settings. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say if it is, if the name is Steam Manager, should I set this to color settings dot highlight color? Is that gonna work? The name hierarchy settings. Oh, did I leave that somewhere? This should be color.white. Okay. I don't think that fully works because the Steam Manager does look pretty fucking weird. And that is the one I did this. Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna work. Yeah, system did change. But for system I didn't use a defined color like this. To be fair, wait, can I not just... Is there not a tool for this? To find the colors you want. Color... what do you call this scale? 0 to 1? Color 0 to 1. There is a RGB 0 to 1 picture. There we go. This is what I want. Yeah, and it doesn't change the ones below. What's up, Bly? How you doing? Welcome in. I think I'm gonna rename that one. Cursor can stay the same, I don't care. This is kinda cool. I'm saying hello and hi from Vin. Let him know I said hi as well. Hope you're doing good, Bly. Yeah, very basic, changes everything to a default white on white, and if the color is set to white, it doesn't change it. Yeah, so it's basically, the white color is just a placeholder, right? Okay, so for the Steam, we could do like a kind of Steam color, which is like dark bluish. Oh wait, and then you get to set, you could change the actual text color as well. I didn't think about that. So then we could set this to something like 0.06, 0.12, 0.3, sure. Save that and see what happens. Hit a new Twitch milestone yesterday and got a wee bit emotional on stream. Actually, what's the milestone? No matter what, congratulations. Yeah, look at that, Steam Manager. Oh, wait, how do I pick the colors for this stuff? I don't know how. I know what I want for the one that I'm currently calling Meowj. There we go. Set this to new color, and then I want something purple-ish. Or even some really ugly color like this. Sorry. No, it's just that this is the typical color when a texture fails, you know? I think. Or is it more like this? Yeah, I think it's more like this. New color. Mm-mm-mm. 250 followers, let's go. Let's go. Almost 260. Let's make it 260. People, go and follow BlySoFly. There's a color picture in Unity Inspector. Yeah, I just felt like it was gonna be... Oh wait. No, because I still can't copy it. I felt like it was gonna be more work having to go through that one into the thingy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being silly. Very possible. So, does this... I assume this stays in play mode as well? Yeah, it does. That's actually gonna be quite useful. Oh, my tint does affect it though. But yeah, that is... Yeah, this is probably... Since some of them get moved here into Don't Destroy and Load. Oh, it's mainly system, to be fair. We'll see. If we're gonna do a lot of changes, it's probably easier to get one of those assets, just I assume they are more easily customizable. But this is a simple thing to just kinda get it working.
Time to stretch.
Probably true. If I had money right now, I'd give you bitties? No. You don't have to do that. Ugh. Dude, people start talking about soup. I kind of feel like eating soup now. I don't have any soup. I do have broccoli. I guess I could make broccoli soup. It's been a long time since I ate soup. Managers. I feel like, for some reason, managers just say green to me. Maybe something like this. Three, 5, 3. What else do we have? The other like important ones would be the game canvas as well as the UI canvas, and I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I need to get some actual work done as well. Not me being distracted whatsoever. This is kind of fun though. I'm gonna get emotional all over again. Nah, you're fine. Okay, so how do I differentiate these? I think we're gonna make the... Should I make the game is one of the ones I work the most in. So maybe make that one a bit reddish, so it stands out the most. And then the UI canvas is related, but I work less in it, so maybe orange. Oh, 0.6, 0.12, 0.12. And then we go like something like this for the UI canvas. 0.6, 0.25, 0.12. I guess, wait, what does it actually check here? If object is not equal to null, we do this. When it does the check down here, it checks if the background color is not equal to white. Just theoretically, you could also do it the other way around, where you check if the text color is not equal to white. Because then you could, because now, if I want to, I could only update the background color, but I can't only update the text. Not that it really matters, but... Grateful I am to be able to do Twitch as a job since it's been so hard to find one, yeah. Wholesome moments, eh? I'm happy for you, Bly. Trying to use a switch chase there? Yeah, I could. I mean, they even have it here, right? Or you can use a switch chase. But wouldn't that... It's kind of more... It would end up being more lines, right? Because I would have to add a break. Well, in chase... No, wait. No. It would be less. Because I wouldn't have to use as many Stridley braces. Stridley... Fuck! Curly brackets. Curly brace... You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh, did I not save? Why? Oh, because this one is the wrong name. Right. Because I was gonna rename you into UI canvas like so. Oh, look at that. It instantly updated. Oh, that's kind of cool. These two colors blend in too much though. I could also just do this if I'm lazy. Boom. And I don't have to worry about it. The blue system color is way too much though. There's something about fully saturated colors that are just like a little bit... It just doesn't look as good, does it? Do you know what I mean? Because these tend to be like the full-on max color. We'll see. I feel like if I'm gonna do a lot of this, it's probably easier to get an asset that actually has like some type of like GUI for it, you know. But I might as well try this in the meantime, just for the fun of it. No, that's fine. I'm happy with this for now. I love that I met all of you lovely dev folk. I do like the dev community, to be fair. It is a quite nice community. I'll be lurking back to my mod duties until Vin you said hi back. Lovely. Have a good one, Bly. Thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you. I'm sure you should do a substring and look for a specific set of letters. Do you mean like looking if a game object contains that specific one? Like it contains a certain bit of a string and then update the color accordingly? Yeah, just like all of my managers has like manager in the name, so you could do like if anything has the word manager, then do this. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I don't know if you were just lurking on Monday, but I was actively falling asleep on stream, so I was not having a great night. Oh shit! Yeah, I was lurking a bit. Switch will stop in the first match. All that ifs verify each one by one. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. That is a good point. Like I said, if I want to do a lot of this stuff, I feel like it makes more sense to use an asset, right? Not that there's like this is working, but I feel like there is probably one that's just easier customizable, because obviously it is a little bit more manual labor to do it by code. Now though, like I said, I would prefer to not pay for one. Not that I'm cheap or anything. Well, it is that I'm cheap, but let's pretend that isn't the case. Hierarchy designer. Oh wait. Oh, you do like dividers and stuff. Interesting. Wait, doesn't Vin have this one? I think his in a hierarchy might actually look like this. Oh, he has some shortcuts and stuff as well. With one button click, you can modify your hierarchy from a list of presets. Yeah, I feel like, because this I assume has some type of, yeah, exactly, it has some like inspector element that you can just play around with. I might look into this one. Because the more I think about it, it kind of makes sense to do something where you spend less time looking around here. Sometimes it is a bit confusing since stuff kind of gets thrown around when you start playing. Specifically singletons, I suppose. The closing sound effect sounds really delayed. Okay, the knock metal sound effect is a bit loud. I'm not gonna do any like final audio mixing, but if we're gonna publish this to Steam, I might as well just do a teeny bit. So let's do metal knock. Let's put you at maybe 70% volume. I can't hear the typing. Oh, that seems better. Oh, I don't have a sound effect here. Okay, the pickup sound effect is way too low, but I wonder if that might be because the sound effect itself is too low. I think it is. Shall we see if maybe we can be a bit cheeky and just boost this one? This is a placeholder sound effect. Most likely, at least, anyway. What do we call that one? Oh wait, this is not in new. This should be in... here, my old sound effects. I think it's called pickup. I mean, it's not that low, but I do think it's too low. Volume amplify, I guess. That looks like a lot. Sorry. I knew it was too much. Why did I do it? Amplify way less. Maybe something like this. That's better. Let's try it. Export audio. Can I overwrite this one? Yeah, replace yourself. That's what I want you to do. You're gonna mess around with it? Nice. Let me know how it goes. The doors sound way too low now. Is that because of the sound effect or because of the spatial blend? That's really the question here. That one sounds pretty loud. I think the volumes are actually fine. I think it might be... For me it seems fine with headsets. Yeah, I think that might actually make a difference. Because I think it's when... Because I'm using speakers, right? And I think just like... You know, the experience of hearing the sound when it only plays through one speaker sounds like it's a lot lower in volume. But in that specific speaker, it still plays the same volume, according to OBS at least, it seems like. Maybe I should do a bit... Maybe I... Thing is, some people should probably play with headphones. It's a horror game after all. But maybe we should do a little bit less, because I think I upped the spatial blend to 100%. Maybe if we go back to like 70%. Let me try that just to see how it works. I should probably try and play the game with headset as well. That sound effect is still quite low. Yeah, it's way too low. Wait, those are playing correctly, right? Collect item on click. I am playing the new sound effects here, am I? Because I think... No, I don't! Oh, of course not. Oh, that's why it's so low. I'm playing it through the old audio system. Okay, where's my audio library? Do I have... I think I'm gonna add that one here. I think we're gonna do a public sound effect called pickup sound effects. So that I can reference it from here. Boom, and then we're gonna go select item. You are now going to play sound effects. Audio library. No, you're not. We are gonna be using chirpy.audio. You know, I have my own namespace. You know, it's kind of cool. You know, you don't have to be jealous, but I do have my own namespace. I think it's pretty cool. And then instead of calling the audio manager, we are just going to go play... No, I need to say audio player dot play audio library dot instance dot pick up sound effects. Then we're gonna remove this piece. Boom. Now we can remove the sound effect string and save. Okay, now it should be a lot louder. I guess, oh, that's what I'm doing here with the typing. That's why the typing is so low as well. Because I'm doing the typing through code and I'm probably calling the old audio system. Yeah, there you go. That's a lot better. Okay, we need to add the sound to when you pick up the map as well. And then we need the... When you hide the map, that one seems like it has to be a lot louder. I just said before, I'm not gonna do this like perfect now. But I'm gonna just do a bit of audio mixing to make sure it's not horrible at least. Oh yeah, just here I only reference the open sound effect. The other one I played through the old system, I think. So, here, open sound effect. We're gonna serialize a sound effect called close sound effect. I'm being inconsistent in how I name these. Let's capitalize this. What did I do? Because I think this is how I did it in the audio library. Where do we play the sound effect? If show, play this one. Whoops, we are not using our new chirpy.audio. Let's do that. And then here we are instead going to call audio player dot play. And we're gonna copy this one. Not cut, I said copy. And here we are going to play the close sound effect. How much of the original game is still there? Hasn't been changed since the jam. Ah, fuck, that is not a lot, man. Just the title. Yeah, and not even like, not the logo, because the logo has changed, but the actual title of the game. No, and then of course, the thing that's changed the least is the art assets. Like the, you know, the vent and the lamp and the table were all in the Game Jam version. Backpack and flashlight has changed. It's mainly art that is the same, to be fair. We have almost changed all of the music. We have quite a few sound effects from the Game Jam version. We still have quite a few sound effects. In terms of code, I actually think that quite a lot of the code has fully changed, at least in terms of the game. In terms of certain, like the settings script is not too changed, because it just works. But in terms of like game mechanics, like almost every single script has been changed somewhat, you know. There's been a lot of changes. It's actually kind of mad to think about. You know, I did this Game Jam in... This actually stresses me out to think about. I did the Game Jam in October. It finished in November, right? I've spent like 5 months refactoring and polishing this fucking game without doing any content whatsoever. How I have not gotten bored by this game yet is fucking incredible, isn't it? Like, I've done no content for 5 months. All I've done is like reiterated, refactored, and just polished simple systems. I don't know if the plan was to spend this much time on just that, but hey, here we are. To be fair though, I do think the game is obviously a lot more polished compared to the Game Jam version. Shadow of Luma thesis, is it still the same game from the Jam? I mean, I kind of see the Game Jam version as a very early like prototype, because obviously my scope has been increased quite a lot for this. Open sound effect, map, open, closing one, should be map down. Wait, no. Are you kidding me? Am I that inconsistent? One is called map open and one is called map down. No, that is way too inconsistent. Obviously, if one is called map open, this should be called map close, right? There you go. That one might be too loud now. Very possible. It's not too bad. It seems... Why does it seem so delayed though? That seems more delayed than it was before, isn't it? Search hypothesis. I think I know what it is. It's the one where you change each plank, right? And after, if you have a ship and you change all of the planks one by one, when you've switched out every plank of the ship, is it still the same one? Is that one, right? Which is like a argument you can use for the human body as well. Since, why is it, every 7 years? I think you change all of your, all like the cells in your body or whatever. have been switched out, so are you technically still the same human? Okay, that sound effect was way too low. That must be playing through the old system. Yeah, Doyank heavy. Where's that playing? No, damn, that sound effect was loud now instead. Oh, I think I know why. I think I called that sound effect twice. Let me check this. Menus. No, this should be in the UI manager. Ah, dude, I think I'm actually getting sick. Fucking hell, I cannot be bothered. Return to main menu, reload scene, unpause. Okay, we don't... Wait. Yeah, I'm not even using this one, I think. Find audio. I'm not. Okay, am I calling a sound effect through... the pause event in the... No, here, pause the game. Yeah, select sound effect. No. You should never play just by pausing the game, I think. Let me save this and see what happens. I think I might lose the sound effect when I press escape. Yeah. But I still have the sound effect. I think I was playing that sound effect twice, which made it way louder. Yeah, that is a good theory slash discussion. It is kinda interesting, to be fair. So I think we're gonna go here. If you pause the game... If you successfully pause the game with escape... No, wait, this is... No, I don't need to do it here. Because the thing is that I just don't want to play it when I unpause the game. So instead of playing it up here, we only play the sound effects here when you pause it. Because the only way to pause the game is to click escape. The issue is when you unpause, because you can... Because then you unpause by clicking the return button. Or resume button. But this one already plays the sound effect. Yeah, I think I want to change some stuff here though. Select. The select sound effect I think is a little bit loud. Let's do like 80% volume. The hover one I think is way too loud. Let's do like 50% volume. Because that one is slightly, maybe a little bit buggy at the moment as well. It cannot plays twice sometimes. That's better. I still think that's way too loud. Just this you should just about hear it, I think. We're about 25%. And maybe 70% here? I don't think these need to be very loud. Tomorrow I'm going to play pub quiz and one of the topics, 5 questions, is going to be Sweden, actually. So you need to point out some interesting facts about your country that you'll think could appear there. Wait, the topic is going to be Sweden. Okay, what would the questions be? Like... What famous national dishes? Fucking meatballs? Or... the name of the king? Carl the 16th Gustav? That's his name. What's IKEA? That could be one. Who made IKEA? Ingvar Kamprad? Ingvar Kamprad? I think that... it's something like that. Kamprad. Okay, I just added one more letter. Ingvar Kamprad. I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, the creator, not creator, the, what do you call it in English? The person who made something? The founder, that's what I'm looking for. The founder of IKEA. I think this family is like, this entire family is like one of the richest families in all of Sweden. Are you using the old or new input system? What is considered the old input system? I don't know if I'm using either. Oh well, maybe sometimes, because I guess this is the old system, isn't it? Here, when I check like input.getKey. But this is only, literally the only time I ever use this is for the escape key. Otherwise, I don't know what to say about the actual clicking. Sorry. The actual clicking on objects, because I just use on pointer enter. Or like on pointer down for clicking. Is that considered the old one? I don't know. Like if we have a look at my interactable. Did that not work? Oh no, this one, interactable. Here I just do on pointer down. The new one is kind of complex. I did use the new one for when I tried to make my massive RPG game. So I think the nice thing about the new one is that it's really easy to rebind it, right? Like, rather than doing something like... I don't know if I could change this though, because this has to do with like certain ray costs and stuff. This is not just the pressing of a button. But for example here, in my game manager, where I checked for keycode escape, with the new system you would just go something like, you know, if the input is the pause button. But then obviously that becomes more flexible because you can easily rebind what the pause button is. Or you could have the pause button be something else on controller than on PC. But currently I have no controller support or anything, and I don't allow you to rebind this. I don't think many people would rebind the pause button, to be fair. I think you can expect it to be escape. But we'll see. If I end up trying to do like controller support, I would probably implement the new system, but I don't know if this game is gonna be very playable on PC. Oh, sorry, with controller. How long have you been doing this? I mean, making the game. This one I started in October. We did it for Game Jam during like October, finished in November. And yeah, it's kind of mad, but basically since then I have not done anything new in terms of content whatsoever. All I've been doing is to just polish the game, like indefinitely, or refactor, and a lot of time was spent refactoring code. Okay, this is interesting. It seems like I'm lacking the particle effects when I pick stuff up. We do get particle effects when we click on stuff, and when I pick up the UI elements, I think. But when I pick up these, why is there no particle effect? Also, something I need to do as well. No, wait, let's focus on one thing at a time. Particle effects. Why are my particle effects not playing when you pick up a object? I did make some changes here. Private string particle effect override equals small dust burst. Yeah, I override the one in the interactable. Interactable.override particle effects. Particle effect override, so that should happen automatically. Is that not working? Particle effect is equal to particle effects. And then on click, new particle effect event. Spawn particle effects. If it's default, then spawn the default one. Okay, if we can't find it, we should get a debug log saying particle effect blah 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 could not be found, noob. But I didn't seem to get that one. Is it because I've changed the where stuff is, maybe? These are position 0 on the z-axis. Could that be why? Small dust particle? Why do I have 2? Don't know, but this seems to be the one I'm using, I think. Well, I should have that in my particle manager, shouldn't I? Or my effects manager? Small dust burst. Select item on click, small dust bursts. Is this one? Why is that one not showing up? It was 100%, it was showing up before. And now there's nothing when I pick up items. But we also don't get a debug log. Wait, I should be able to see whether it is spawning or not, though. Like, I should be able to see in the hierarchy if it spawns. Let me fix the sound effect for the map as well. Final room. No, not final room. Map room. Map item. Place sound effect should be pickup. Particle effect on click. Small dust burst. That one is playing. Is the override not working? No, but the override was working before. So that means that I'm actually using the same particle effect there as well. Okay, let's close all of this and let's see. We should be able to see if it spawns in the hierarchy, I think. Yeah, so I guess I've been working on the game for... Well, I started like 6 months ago, I guess. Something like 6 months ago. Fucking hell, that's quite a lot of time, you know. Yeah, there you can see, when I click here, you can see that the default particle effect is spawning in the scene. What happens when I click on this one? Small dust particle, it does show up. But I cannot see it. Well, if I click on this one... Oh wait, that one played the default one as well. Maybe I only see the default one. Don't destroy it, thank you. Position, looks like it's correct. Duration, bam bam bam. Small dust particle. Looping. But why did this break? How did I break this one? This was working. It was 100% working before. Why is it not working now? Well, here it looks fine, I think. Yeah. But I can't see the default one. But the default one is working. Wait, I am so fucking confused. So here I can see the one that's not working, but I can't see the one that is working. How the fuck does that happen? Big dust particles. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Wait, small dust particles. Oh no, have I just named it incorrectly maybe? Because big dust particles is the ones in the room. Ah, wait. This is the actual burst. Is this the one that should be in the room? And we also have this, particle effects. What's this? Oh, that's the game object, okay. Well, fuck me, I'm so confused. What am I doing? Do I have the small particles in the room? Yeah, I do. There's a big one, there's a small one. Okay, so what are the names of those? They should be here. Room small particles. Room big particles. Oh, is the other one in the wrong... Wait, what? Big dust particles. Where did I save these? Holy shit, I'm so confused. Well, I made these prefabs. Whereas these are... So I guess room small in assets all. Oh, have I renamed it? What if I open this one? This one is actually called small dust particles 1. So this one, small dust particles 1, you should actually be room small particles. Whereas this one, the big dust particles, you should actually be called room big particles. Okay, now it's a bit less confusing. This is the parent object. Default particles is the normal one when you click on something. And that one is showing up. It's a small dust burst that I think I cannot see. Right? Yeah, because this is the default one. Just a kind of tiny little burst whenever you click on something. Yeah, that's the wrong one. I'm only playing the default one when I pick that one up. There as well. It should be a different one. But I never made any changes to this. What? This is so confusing. And we know we are instantiating it correctly. What have I changed? Well, what I have changed is like the layering. So maybe you're not playing at the correct layer now, rendering. Maybe it's the order in layer 0. Room small particles. This one plays at order in layer 0. Those are visible. Default particles. Order in layer 0. Okay, so that shouldn't be the issue then. I mean, it's playing fine here. Or is it because wait, did I accidentally set that one to looping? Is that why? No. Because I can see that it's being instantiated. And so are these. And these are showing up. But when I click on this one, nothing happens. Okay, let's set looping to true. Now you should stay looping over here. But we still can't see you. Let's enable global light. You see that all of the particles in the room are showing up correctly. This one isn't. What if I put your Z position on like 1? Okay, -5. There you go. Now I can see it. Okay, so it is the Z value then. But why can I see the other ones that are also placed on 0? That is very odd. Like, all of these are at 0. No, it can't be the rotation either, because this one has the same rotation as the default one. Okay, so I guess we put you at -5 then. Now I can't see it here instead. That's odd. Let's see if it works. What? Oh, it doesn't get instantiated on -5 though. Oh, maybe I can't update the prefab like that. -5. And just there, it is visible. So it must be something with the Z value that's messing it up. Which is fucking weird, because these ones are working, which are also placed at 0. So is it the order in layer then, maybe? What if I do keep you at 0, but we make the order in layer Audio in layer, we put you at like 5, I don't know. Let's try it. Kilua, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good. Oh, now it shows up, okay. Yeah, now we get the particle effect. There we go. Old sound effect played. Recharge cannot be found. Hey Felix, welcome in, how you doing? What's up? We're currently... I was debugging why my particle system wasn't working, but I think I found a solution. Currently trying to finish up this version of the game so I can push it to the playtesters. That is the plan. But I do have... I've been refactoring my audio quite a bit, so trying to make sure that we get the sound effects sort of sorted before we push it to the playtesters. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate ya. How you doing? What have you been up to? Weren't you... I'm not misremembering this, right? Were you not the one in Amisis chat the other day, right? I think I remember the name correctly. I'm pretty sure. Let me know if I'm mixing people up. Yeah, we were talking about Intana. Okay, it was you, yeah. Thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate the help. I was... I had a bunch of questions about the internal keyword and assemblies in Unity, and Felix was nice enough to help me understand it a bit better. Which I actually do now, so thank you, man. Very much appreciated. The map down sound effect sounds really delayed. Kinda annoys me a bit. But that was not what I wanted to fix now, it was something else. I was missing some sound effect. Oh yeah, for recharging the battery. Did I make a scriptable object for it? Sound effects, flashlights. Recharge. Yeah, I do have the on-off sound effect here. Oh, I think I might not be playing it correctly through code though. I think I might not be calling that specific one. Pretty sure that's the issue. Yeah, also man, cool looking game. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. If you are interested, you know, I have to do a little bit of sellout marketing here. The game is available for wishlists on Steam, and we do appreciate those very much. What's up, Pirogi? How you doing? Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're not stressing too much about that Polish test. So I will do so. Thank you very much, man. It is very much appreciated. Playing Minecraft? Nice. Dude, I haven't played Minecraft in... It's been a long time. I think it's at the point where if I played Minecraft today, I would probably feel a bit lost. Because I bet it's changed a lot. I don't even know if I really played it that much of the... When did Notch sell Minecraft? Because he sold it, right? Didn't like... Who bought it? I'm not mistaken here, right? I'm pretty sure he sold it to Microsoft or something. Am I mistaken? I think that's the case. Not sure if it's Microsoft, but I'm pretty sure he sold it to someone. Or some company. Okay, let me see. What are we doing here? So, are you a game developer as well, Felix? Are you working on anything at the moment? Audio player, flashlight off, flashlight on. Ah, wait, this is not in the... This is in the battery manager. Here, we should probably have a... recharge. Yeah, play failed interaction. Okay, so we wanna update this stuff. We're gonna start using our new Chirpy.audio. And then wherever we play a sound effect. So let's do audio manager. Wherever we call the audio manager, we instead want to say, well, we can actually do this. Audio player.play, but now we cannot pass in a string, so we need a reference to our sound effects. I think we're gonna make a header to kind of separate this stuff. Let's do header sound effects. I'm gonna serialize a few. How many do I need? Flashlight on, flashlight off, flashlight recharge. I think that's all I need. On sound effect, off sound effect, recharge. No. I shouldn't need to do on and off here. That's handled through the actual flashlight. Yeah, we have failed recharge. And then this is the actual recharge sound effect. Yeah. Okay, that's all I need. Just this only handles the battery related stuff. So let's do one called failed recharge and one called recharge sound effects. And then here, if you cannot recharge it, we are going to play the failed recharge sound effect. Otherwise, we're gonna play the, of course, as you might have expected, the recharge sound effect. Then we... Why didn't I hear these? Maybe they were too low volume, because this is through my old audio system. Boom, okay. Now let's go audio manager. Not found, perfect. So the plan is that we should never directly call the audio manager. That's my new system at least. All of the communication with the audio manager should always happen through my new audio player. Just to make sure that if I ever change the way I call my sound effects, I can do it from here and it's gonna change the entire game. Rather than go into every instance in the game where I play a sound effect and changing it, you know. It feels like it doesn't make much of a difference at the moment, but if I ever want to change this, I feel like it's gonna make my life easier. Yeah, my studio, we're working on 2 games, Little Galaxia and Deckland on Steam. Ooh, interesting. Good reasoning, thanks man. Happy to hear that. I think I'm trying to make sure that I don't shoot myself in the foot too much. So wait, is it a big studio? Is this your professional work, or... There's a Little Galaxia. Jelly Snow Studio. Control a cosmic space cat to create and merge planets, bringing balance to the galaxy. We're just 2 and a few interns. Interesting. So it's is it like properly your studio? Are you one of the owners of the studio? Or are you guys co-owners? Both co-owners? Nice! We got arcade game mode and a versus. Oh yeah, wait, I think I've seen a similar game. Wasn't that like a big Japanese game that had similar mechanic? So yeah. Okay, yeah, no wait, I think this might be a little bit different. Because it seems like... Or maybe not. Or maybe. Wait, if two of the same touch, then they get destroyed? Is that how it works? Yeah, they use fruits, but we do planets and add more. Yeah, exactly. I think I've seen that one. I think I've seen that one. But do you also have the merging? Like, no. Oh, no, it does. Yeah, yeah. So two small become a bigger one. Is that how it works? Let me wishlist the game. Here you go, people, if you want to check it out. Coming soon to early access. Then you were working on multiple games. Man is keeping busy. Deckland. English language not supported. I don't know what this says. Is this the one? It is Korean, right? It's a deck building game. Ooh, ooh, I like the art style. The art style is sick. Based on Korean mythology, nice. Ooh, like Slay the Spire map, I suppose. Yeah, this looks sick, man. Oh, misclick. There we go. Nice stuff. So, what is your role? What are you doing, out of curiosity? If you don't mind. Or are you one of those... I assume since you're not that many, you're only 2 people, I assume that... Oh, mostly programming, okay. So, is the other one doing the art, or do you do like freelancing stuff as well? While managing the team, nice. Yeah, it looks cool, man. Are you gonna do English localization for Deckland as well? You should. I hope you are. Does the main art and dispatches minor art to interns? Oh, gotcha. Cool stuff. Oh, you have a publisher? Nice. Cool shit, man. I wish you nothing but the best. Are you guys using... Is everything done in Unity, or what engines are you using? Failed recharge. I'm just gonna do my normal interaction failed. Yeah, Unity, but next game might be Unreal. Nice. Wait, let's... Yeah, that's fine. Some of these sound effects are placeholder, I just want something in the meantime. Let's add a few more batteries and see that the failed one works too. It does. I think we do need to increase the volume of this though. Unless I do the rest of the game more quiet, but I did have the issue before where the game was too quiet. I think maybe now... Okay, I think maybe I'm doing the game too loud in volume now instead. Because this is max volume. Yeah. I think maybe I should use this one to set up the volume for the rest. I think maybe maybe I went a bit too far in the other direction. And I'm making the game too loud. The thing is though, like I said before, I do think that it's always better to have the game too loud. Because you can always lower the volume. However, you can never raise the volume. Let me actually check the... What if we open the dårjärn sound effect? Dårjärn single. How... Oh, this one is pretty loud. Let me lower the volume. Just don't wanna blast your eardrums. Oh yeah, that one actually goes up to 0. Yeah, so I think this should be lowered. Because when we looked before, I think that 0 to -3, I think is like the decibel you tend to do for like loud sound effects. And like -3 to -6 is like UI elements or like medium sound effects. Background noise is like -12 or something. I know, so I have a guy doing the audio for me, so we tried to look this up before because, like I mentioned, I did have a bit of an issue where for the first version of the game, I think I made the game a little bit too low in volume. I think maybe I went a bit far now though, because according to what we found, the thing about like -6 being good for like medium volume sound effects, that would actually mean that this sound effect would be at a pretty good volume. Which makes me think that everything else might be a little bit loud. Those pickup sound effects are not the same volume. Right? They were different volumes. Did I play one of them through the old system? Old sound effect played, typing, select 2, no? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, that one is way lower. These are louder. Why? Oh, maybe I had a volume multiplier on the map. That is possible. Map room, map item. No, volume multiplier is set to 1. Oh, do I do something when I pick up the other ones? Do I raise the volume here? No, audioplay.play pick up sound effects. Why do they sound like they're different volumes? Is it because of the spatial blend? I do suppose that the one that was the lowest volume were the furthest away. No. Because this one is further away. And that one's loud. That one is definitely lower. Right? I'm not being crazy, am I? Map item. No delay, volume multiply, pitch volume, blah blah blah, all set to 1. Okay. What if I mute you? Well, almost mute you. Oh, that barely made a difference. Wait, why is it still... How is it still playing? Oh, am I calling the sound effect somewhere else? What about when we pitch it up? Yeah, this is the issue when you're doing refactoring, because I'm in between systems, so I have one old audio system and one new one. I need to make sure that I call these correctly. Let's see. Map. No. Over here. Map manager. On map acquired, set active, get component map, map acquired. Publish the tutorial tip event, activate, and we show the map. No, we don't play any sound effect here. Oh, I lowered the volume multiplier. Is that not working? This one should have been like completely quiet. Okay, what if I lower the pitch? Is that gonna make a difference? Have I just messed up my... Wait, play sound on click. Audio play.play. No, that should be fine. I definitely changed. Okay, so that seems to be functional. But a volume multiplier of 0.01, that should set the volume. Okay, wait, what if we do this? We make the volume a range between 0 and 2, or the volume multiplier. Because in that case, if I set the volume to 0, it should go completely quiet, right? It could be that this is using logarithmic sound or volumes, whatever, which means that sometimes the volume change is not as linear as you would expect it to be. But it seems like 0.01 in volume should be incredibly low. I mean, I still heard a sound effect. Am I messing up my volume multiplier? Volume multiplier, pitch multiplier. We pass those into the audio manager. we take the original volume of the sound effect and we do that times volume multiplier. And then when we play the sound effect, we pass in the new volume. And then we set the source volume. I set the source volume to sfx.volume. That's not right. This should be set to volume. I see. I wasn't using this parameter. That makes sense. So now it should be completely quiet. Yeah. Well, that's good to know. Map item volume 1. I still can't understand why this one sounds lower when I'm playing the same sound effect. But I guess it has to do with spatial blend. I know the intro cutscene looks a bit weird when I have the flashlight enabled. That's not supposed to be that way. But there's a huge change in volume, right? And these are way louder. So one of them is using play sound on click. That's the one I'm using for the map. We do sound effect with the delay, volume multiplier, pitch multiplier, and then we pass in transform.position. Oh wait, when I collect item on click, do I... Oh, I just play the sound effect, I don't do it with the position. That makes sense. Okay, so here we need to pass in a 0-second delay, 1 in the volume multiplier and pitch multiplier, and then we pass in the transform.position. So now, whenever you collect an item, that should play in 3D space as well. Because when you don't play it in 3D space, we play it like right at the audio listener, which then made sense why the volume was louder. Yeah, there you go. Oh, so technically that one wasn't... I mean, yeah, relatively speaking it was lower, but it was actually... The problem was that the other ones were too loud. And they were not playing in 3D space. Is the map down sound effect? Is it delayed by the actual file? It must be. Map down. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. I think we need to cut this one a little bit shorter. This is temporary sound effect, so it doesn't really matter, but... Wait, how do I do this? Can I not just drag this? Oh, do I need to stop playing, maybe? There you go. Sorry about that. Apparently I don't know how Audacity works anymore. Okay, let's try this. Export audio to computer, map down, same everything. Let's override it. It feels like that sound effect should start when you actually, like as soon as you click on the map, because otherwise it feels kind of unresponsive. I need to make a cheat button to enable the map. Still feels pretty slow. Is this because of the meta file thingy? It's not updating. I did have some issue like that before. Or do I just need to restart Unity? Is that gonna make it update? Maybe. Worth a shot, I suppose. Nope. Map down. Can I like force this one to, what you call it, re-import? Find reference. Yeah, re-import. Let's re-import and refresh. Nope. Why is it so delayed? I'm not doing it, I'm not delaying it through code, am I? That would be kind of awkward. If I actually have set a delay to it and just didn't realize. Oh wait, UI map. Play open sound effect. Play. Oh, fuck me, I do delay it. Okay. Fair enough. No delay. One in volume, one in pitch, transform dot position. Yeah, that feels so much better. Okay. That's quite a bit of these figured out. But it seems like, I don't know if my failed interactions are working. Oh, there is a sound effect, but it's way too low. Am I playing? Yeah, failed interaction is playing through the old system. So is that through my... Do I play that through my Toast Manager? I do. So yeah, with the new system it's a bit more annoying because I always need a direct reference to a scriptable object, but it still feels better than playing sound effects through through strings, because obviously there's some Like if I decide to rename this sound effect, this no longer works. And then I need to update that string everywhere I use that sound effect. Whereas with scriptable objects, I don't need to worry about that. Audio player. We want to play the failed sound effect. I'm gonna be using chirpy.audio. Yeah, generally it's a good idea to avoid hard-coded values. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Because yeah, it's so annoying, like if I change the... I can never change the name of a sound effect. And also, I think the biggest issue is the fact that when I would enter these manually, I would need to remember the name of every single sound effect in the game. Whereas now, when I'm gonna set up this new sound effect, here I will just have a reference to a sound effect, and you know what I can do? I can fucking search for them, which is amazing. Before, every time I wanted to play sound effect, if I didn't remember the name of it, I would have to go into my audio system and start looking through this fucking list of sound effects to find the name of the one I wanted to play. No way of searching it whatsoever. Like, I would have to manually go through the entire list until I find, boom, failed interaction. Of course, we're talking like that takes 4 seconds, but still, 4 seconds every time I need to look up a sound effect, you know, it adds up. So I do very much prefer the new system. I'm kind of surprised at why I never thought about making like scriptable objects for sound effects before. Because I feel like it kind of makes sense. I don't know how common it is to do in general, but... yeah, this is the thing, when you only work by yourself and stuff, you don't get a lot of... like, I only know the ways I do stuff, so it's kind of interesting. It would be interesting just to see the way other people handle this stuff, you know? I feel this system works quite nice if you only have a handful of sound effects, because it's easy, right? It's easy to implement. But when you start having like hundreds of sound effects, it gets messy. It gets very messy. And I also did some weird things here, where, for example, I had the... I had these, the typing sound effects, and then I wanted to play them at a lower volume. So I had to add a quiet typing sound effect, also fucking not optimal. So what I did now instead is that whenever I play a sound effect in the game, like here, play sound on click, I can now always do a volume multiplier, so if I wanted this specific interaction to be lower volume, I can just do it here. Why does the vent open not have a sound effect? Oh, I think this is a disabled object. I'm not actually using it in game. Should probably remove it. Oh well, that's future Chirpy's problem. I don't think I should play this sound effect from here either. That's when you use the key on the wrong door. It's kind of part of the tutorial at the moment. In the map room, we have a locked door. Oh wait, no, am I handling this in a weird... wait, how am I doing this? Map room, closed door, this is the locked one. Wait, how do I trigger this one then? Close the door. Oh no, this is the generic one. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I do need to play the sound effect from here. Because the way I do this is that whenever you do an interaction, we check if you are currently holding a item with the type key, if it's a key item. Then we check if the required item is a key, and we do a specific toast that says like, that key doesn't fit here. This might not be fully like, what you call it? What you call it? Encapsulation, one responsibility thing mindset, but I'm gonna do it here anyway. Wrong key sound effect. Play the wrong key toast, and then we're gonna do audio player dot play. Well, now the question is, I don't know the position here. I can't get the position of the item you clicked on, so how do I play this in 3D space? Well, I must trigger this from the interactable script, right? So can I not play it from here instead? If it's an unsuccessful interaction, yeah, then we play failed interaction event. We pass in the selected item and whether the required item is a key. Yeah, so we should just play it from here, then we'll play on the actual... Then it would play in 3D space. So normally... Failed sound effect. Should that one play in 3D space as well? Yeah, why not? Why shouldn't you? I still need to pass in the selected item and whether the required item is a key to know which toast we should do. But I think I'm gonna make the interactable script handle the audio instead. But I don't want to reference it on every one, so we're gonna use the audio library, I think. So let's use chirpy.audio. I'm gonna check if I use the audio manager anywhere. I don't. Unnecessary assignment of a value to item type. That is true. Why do I check the item type here? Because I just... Yeah, we check the type when we pass it in here. This is unnecessary. Good catch. For each item interaction, we break if we don't find one. If one of the required items was a key, we set it to true. If something was successful, then we set that to true and we break. If we did not have a successful interaction, then we publish the event, and then I think we want to... we should use a ternary operator here. Yeah, we should go and say that the sound effect is equal to whether or not the required item was a key. If the required item was a key, then we say that it's equal to audio library. I'm gonna jump in here, gonna add a few new ones. We are gonna do the failed interaction sound effects. We're also gonna do the wrong key sound effects. Let's save this, and then here, if the required item was a key, I would like to play audio library dot wrong key sound effects. If it was not a key, we play the failed interaction sound effect. Why is this not working? Oh, because I need to check the instance. I wish I could make these static, but then they're not serializable. The only reason this has to be seen on an instance is because I can't assign the sound effects otherwise, as far as I know at least. And then we're gonna say audio player dot play. We're gonna pass in the sound effects with a 0-second delay, 1 in volume, 1 in pitch, at the transform dot position. So now we should get those sound effects in 3D space, and the Toast Manager does not have to worry about audio, which kinda makes sense. Null reference. This immediately looks like a Unity error, and I'm not gonna worry about it. I forgot to assign the sound effects. Audio library, failed interaction should be failed interaction. Wrong key should be... I don't have a sound effect for it. No, we can do door yank. That's fine. What's up, irregular human? How you doing? How's it going? So far so good. Still doing a bit of audio stuff here. I refactored all the audio before, so trying to make sure that the audio mixing and stuff is a little bit better. So that I can finally try and get this build out to the playtesters. I'm starting to feel like I'm probably not gonna be able to do it today. Partly because I did get a bit distracted earlier. No, it's fine. It happens. But I'll see if I should probably be able to push this build up tomorrow. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, nothing happened. And you can hear that the sound effect is more to the right, so it does play in 3D now. That was more centered, yeah. Oh, are we missing the flickering sound effect? Or is it just playing through the old system? I cannot hear it. Oh yeah, my day was neat, I'd say. Was streaming as well, did a lot of Blender stuff, was good, nice. Your flashlight sounds just like mine, does it? Nice. It's actually self-recorded. This is my mate sitting there with flashlight going. But I think I need to implement the flicker sound effect again. I did have I don't remember, I think you left before I brought your game up, but I did look at some of your VODs to check your game out. It did look really cool. what was I gonna check? Wrong key. Yeah. And now, if we instead would use the wrong key on this door, which I need to reload for. Because the way I currently do it, if you use a key, if you successfully use a key, I just remove it from the inventory. No reason to save it. Yeah, that sounded like it played more from the right speaker. Right? Yeah, it does. Nice! Did you self-record all of the sounds? No. So, we're starting to do it now. We're basically re-recording them. So, a lot of the sounds are still from audio pads. Some of them modified and stuff, but not self-recorded. So, like these are old ones. But we have quite a few new ones in now. The light switch is self-recorded. The flashlight is self-recorded. We also have the zipper here. That one we did record. What else do we have in the game? We also have the, not when you close the map, but when you open the map. That sound effect we did record. Sounds pretty fucking good, to be honest. If I'm allowed to say so. That is literally me with a like paper magazine going like this on the front cover. It sounds pretty nice. So yeah, our current plan is to start basically trying to record all of the sound effects ourselves. Partly just because it's kind of fun and it's kind of cool being able to say that we did record them. Do you know what I mean? It just feels a little bit more fun to record our own ones. Okay, I think I'm having some Unity errors going on, so I'm gonna quickly restart. Oh, my fucking hand is hurting too. I do think I need to get off soon. I don't wanna fuck up my hands too bad. Whenever I record something, it sounds trash. To be fair though, I don't know what you're recording with, because the guy doing the audio, Lind, he did end up buying like a, you know, a proper audio recorder, which probably does help quite a lot. And then of course he's quite good when it comes to audio in general, so he does do all of the fancy stuff with like removing any potential background noise and stuff. Like if I would record them just by myself with like this microphone or something, it probably wouldn't sound that good. Do I delay the sound effect of closing the door? I must. That is way too... See, close door unlocked. Is that a delay? Oh no, wait, open door, I mean. No delay whatsoever. What about the unlocked one? Open door. Door closed, no delay. How have I not noticed this before? I feel like the sound effect sounds very delayed. That's so much. Is that actually how it was before? I think I need to boot up an earlier build of the game and check. Have I just never noticed how delayed that sound effect is? Let's do... This should be before I did the new audio. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you keep track of so many builds? Not that. A lot of them are... I don't know. I don't have the greatest system. I do keep track of some of them, like the proper builds I actually do. Like, I have all of the updates to the Game Jam version still, which is kind of fun. I also have like these are like my proper alpha builds that I publish to Steam. So just a few different ones for testing. So the standalone version, like the non-Steam version. The playtest version is the one that, you know, my playtesters actually got to play. I also have a dev build version, which is the same one, but with cheats enabled, basically. But then current build is a little bit more messy. I don't know if I have to do it this way, but I've started doing it for some reason. These are just like... Whenever I've made a build, like if I make a proper alpha build, I always get a bit scared that if I just click to build the game, I'm going to like overwrite that build. Which I'm not sure if that's the case. So what I do is that I just go in here, I do a new folder, and I build it again. But these are like temporary builds, so I should probably clean this up. But I do have, I guess I have 12 Game Jam builds. And yeah, I have like 18 builds or something. In like the actual proper builds. Oh yeah, you can probably tell here, to be honest. Yeah, now this is max volume in the game. Everything is on max. It's pretty low, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure my mixer should be maxed out as well. So I did make... Yeah, we did have an issue here before. Shadow Gloom 100, yeah. Where somehow I just ended up accidentally making the game too low volume. So this is one of the things I've been trying to fix. For most people it doesn't seem like it's been a problem, because depending on your setup with like your speakers and stuff, you might be able to kind of boost the volume enough anyway. But I did have one or two playtesters that ended up actually saying that they kind of wish they could have had it a bit louder. And the annoying thing is that, like I mentioned before, I think that the game being too loud is not really an issue. Because you can always lower the volume. There's no way you can not lower the volume, right? However, if the game is too low, like when you've maxed out your PC and Windows and your speakers, if the volume is still too low, you're kind of fucked. I mean, I suppose you could probably boost the volume through Windows as well, but we don't want to force players to do that, so... No, it's really late here too. How have I never noticed this? I could delay the animation as well, but because that's what I do when you open it. The door actually opens like 0.2 seconds after you click on it to kind of time the audio. This is what life is as a programmer, by the way, or as a game developer. Holy shit. Like, the amount of times I've clicked on a light switch or on a door in this game is fucking incomprehensible. No wonder my hands are hurting. I looked before, I think because I added the tracker just to check out of curiosity. In 5 days, I clicked on a light switch in my game over 500 times. That's fucking mad! Like, over 500 times I did this over a couple of days. Just as I was working on the game, testing stuff out. You know, made sure everything is working, so you just do this constantly. And literally speaking, I think it was over the course of like 5 days. It's like an average of 100 light switches per day. No fucking wonder my hand hurts. No wonder. Is there something wrong with the audio? Like, does it start with silence? Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I think there's too much silence at the start of that one. I'm just so surprised because it's, you know, it's always been like this. And I've worked on this game for months. Like, how did I never notice how delayed that sound was? I feel, because I've been using the same, I think that's the same sound. No, that's not true. In the Game Jam version, you couldn't close doors. So I actually, no, it hasn't been in the game that long. We only implemented it when we actually started, when we made doors closable, which surprisingly is not that long ago. That's why I haven't noticed it. So I think the issue now though is that I actually don't know if I can change the sound effect, because I think I might be reusing a sound effect. Yeah, door close, I actually do the unlocked sound effect. Because we are missing a sound effect here. But to be fair though, the unlocking sound effect, so that's when you use a key on a door, right? On a locked door. That could probably start earlier as well. Yeah, why not? Why would that not play earlier? These are gonna be switched out anyway at some point, but... yeah, look at that. Oh, this looks like it might be loud. I'm gonna lower OBS a little bit. Ah, there is that sound in the beginning though. But we could pretty much remove that. I didn't know, there is actually a little... oh, whoops. How do I enable looping? No. How do you get rid of this? After you accidentally do it. This is why I have an audio guy. Clear loop, there we go. I don't have to worry about this stuff. Alright, I gotta go now. Have a great rest of your stream, man. No worries, Irregular. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I'll catch you next time. And good luck with your game. Hope it's going good. I feel like almost that would be enough. And what, we just do this instead? You know, let's just call this one unlock. Let's do a new one. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, in the end, we're gonna switch out this sound effect at some point anyway. Door close. Unlock. A bit ironic, but oh well. And let's change the SFX door. Switch this one when you unlock the door as well. And I do have two other unlocking sound effects. I don't think I've used them so far, but... let's see if this feels better. Yeah, that's so much better. Holy shit. That is so much better. Okay. Door Yank, I think you're a bit loud. Let's do 70% volume. I think the cabinets were a bit loud as well. I think they're called cupboard now. Let's do maybe 80% volume. Another one I actually think are map sound effects are both a bit loud. Oh, did I do the yank one? I think I did. The room transition is way too loud as well. I don't really like that one no more. I think we need to switch that one out. But for now, let's just lower it a lot. I'm playing that one with a new system, right? Yeah, I should be. Still like 25% volume. Door close 50%. Door unlock. I think you should be lower as well. Oh, you know what? I think the knock ones should probably be lowered too. Oh, I already have lowered them a bit. Let's do 0.8 here. The metal one, let's do 0.6. Those are way too loud as well. Wait, item select, that's a different sound effect. You should be louder. Select 0.6 and then... What's the other one? Hover. Button hover. You should be like 0.25. I want that one to be way lower. I think I might have messed it up now, where the sound effect for selecting an item might be too low. Yeah. I'm playing these through the old system though. Sorry, if you're wondering why I keep looking over here, it's because I'm checking OBS to see like the actual volume levels, to like be able to visualize them. probably lower the cabinets a bit. Maybe those two as well. Cupboard, let's do 70% volume. And then map down 6, map open 5. Is that one that loud? Because that's one of the new sound effects. Oh, but maybe we did that one before we started lowering the volumes. Map open. Oh, yeah. That one went up to -3. That's not too bad though. But it's definitely louder than some other sound effects we have. I think, relatively speaking, it still has to be lower. Okay, we're getting there. Let's see. Did I not play slider sound effects through the old system? Ah, no, just I'm playing it through a different method. But yeah, it is through the old system, but not one of these. Just I'm playing, yeah, that one I play without overlap. So, wait, how does this one work? If it is playing... No, I only play it if it isn't playing, right. So should I not just do another overload for this? Pass in a bool about whether or not we want it to be overlapping. To be fair though, am I ever gonna use this one in game? Wait, how did I do it with the flashlight? Because I know I had... Oh, maybe we just changed the sound effect there. Just before I had an issue where if you spam clicked it, the sound effects would overlap each other. But no, now we just play it. I think it's because we had a way slower sound effect before, so that actually seems fine. Slider sound effects. So this is for the settings. Or should I handle this another way, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Wait, let me see my settings UI. How do I actually trigger these? Play slider sound. Just pass that one in and do the play without overlap. Because I think it would be kind of nice if the slider sound effects for the volume sliders actually played through the correct mixer. Because currently they always play through the sound effect mixer. But that's kind of weird, just wouldn't it be better to have that sound effect actually show the volume of the specific thing that you're changing? So like now, I mean you can barely hear it, but normally speaking, we would be playing a sound effect when you slide this one. However, that plays through the sound volume, so if I would mute the sound and do it here, you wouldn't actually get the sliding sound effect. I feel like the sliding sound effect of these volumes should actually play depending on... it should play through the mixer that you're changing. Does that make sense? I don't know how to do that though. I guess we should update. When we play it, we switch the source of the audio, or the mixer in the audio source, and once it finished playing, we switch it back. But how do I keep a reference to it? Because now we use object pooling for the audio sources, so that does kind of change it. Whereas before I would have a specific sound effect, or I would have a specific audio source for each sound effect in the game. You know what you also could do, if you want to be lazy? You could also, theoretically, just go into the old audio system, find the slider sound effect, and boost the volume of it, and then pretend like it's playing through the new system. That is a way you could do it as well. I'm not saying that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just saying that it would theoretically work to do it that way. I wonder if I could... I could do a looping sound effect as well. And as long as you're changing this, you just keep looping it. And as soon as you stop, then we stop playing it. Oh no, wait. No, that wouldn't work, because in that case, if I would just be holding this one, it would keep playing the sound. But yeah, this is what I mean. I think you guys can hear this now. It's still kinda low, but I can also just raise... No, I can't. Now we have the sound effect here, right? But if I lower the sound effect volume, there's no sound effect. Just the slider sound effect plays through the sound mixer. I feel like this one should always play. Maybe. We'll see, I'm gonna do this for now. Can't be bothered. Did I just have a bit of lag here? Why is my game lagging? No, seems fine. That's a big issue. Holy shit. You know what I just realized? I think I noticed this before and I maybe forgot to fix it. If you pause the game right as the screen is fully faded out, the pause menu opens behind the fade out. That is actually a big issue. That should get people like soft locked in the game. So that is playing through the system canvas, and then we have transitions. Fade image. Should I fix this by changing the Z position? Oh no, because this is... Wait, what is this canvas? Screen space overlay. Oh, but I can change the sort order or something here, maybe. Wait, what is the sort order? The order in which screen space overlay canvas will render. What happens if I up this? Nothing? Okay, lovely. Okay, this might be mad. What if I just turn this off whenever you pause the game? That could be a cheaty way of making it work. I mean, it would kind of work, I suppose. Another way to do it, I guess, would be to make the actual fading of this one not pause. That could kind of work as well. Like here, we have our fade inside scene. Yeah, this uses wait for seconds. What if I do... Is it wait for seconds real time? No, it's something like that. Wait for... Yeah, wait for seconds real time. That would still make it appear on top of the pause menu, but at least it's gonna fade out and you're never gonna get soft locked. It might make the animation look a little bit weird though when you go back. And no, it didn't work. Why did that not work? Using unscaled time. I am using this, right? Fade event. Fade inside scene. Yeah, publish new fade event on room changed. If fading return, fading equals true, start coroutine, fading inside scene, animate the set. Oh, is the trigger... Is the animation playing in scale time? Ah, maybe this is not gonna work then. Okay, so I think I need to find a way to make sure that the menus appear in front of this canvas, of the transition canvas. I don't know exactly how I would do that. Let's see, I can't do anything here really, except change the z-axis, but I don't think that... Like if I select this image, I bet I can't move you. Oh, I can move you. So what, if I put you all the way back here, is that gonna change something? It does! Okay, so we should be able to fix it then. If I made sure to position this image in between the menus and the game, so that the menus are always rendered on top of the fade. Wow, it looks very different to not have the fade out. Obviously it looks quite bad because you can see when we switch the room. What is this restore up stuff? I think that is through Visual Studio, yeah. Okay, so I think we can fix this then. Let's... Where is my game? Boom. And we'll do 3D. Let's see. Can I activate my menus? UI canvas. Menus. Let's activate the pause menu. You should be... Oh, interesting. Is the backpack actually in front of the menu? Is the flashlight too? It is. How... Wait, where's my camera? Set up camera. How does... So why... Wait, what? Oh, it might be that I'm using order in layer to make this cover up. Because I know that this menu covers up the flashlight. I think that might have to do with the layer orders. So it should be fine. Okay, so I want the fade out to be positioned between the game and the menu. So fade image, let's put you back at 0. System canvas. Why can I not see my system canvas? What if I fade this one in? Oh wait, what? This is so confusing. This is behind the pause menu. Okay, so I don't think the Z value is actually what changes this then. Because according to this, the fade out image is in front of the game, but not in front of the canvas. Or the menu. And here you can see, if I go fully up here, this covers the game, but not the menu. However, here, it does cover the menu. How does that work then? Screen space overlay? Is it because this is... What if I do -1? Minus... million. Okay, plus million. Does that change anything? No. What if I do world space? But I can't reference a camera because the system is a singleton that travels across scenes. And the scenes have multiple cameras. I think that's why I'm using screen space overlay. There must be a way to do this. Well, wait, I did it before by using the Z. Yeah, because I did make it not show up at all. So what if we just try moving it a little bit? Let's do this. Let's make sure that we can see the game as well. And then we take the fade image. And what if we just bring you back a little bit? When do you actually disappear? Am I going the wrong way? I might be going the wrong way. Okay, there. Okay, so if I put you like here, can I see the game behind you? If I deactivate the menus, I can. Okay. So what, I just keep you here then? I have no fucking clue how this works. Because now it looks like you would be way in front of everything, but you know what? As long as if it works correctly, I don't think I really care. Let's deactivate pause menu. Should be all I need to do. Let's try it. Nope, the fade is not visible in game now either. Scheiße. But why? Because if I fade you in... Oh no, you don't cover the game. Wait, what? Now you cover the game. My question is, do you also cover the pause menu? You do. Fuck. Okay, what if I take the pause menu? We move you like 100 pixels to the side temporarily. Now if I take this fade image and we move you back, we should be able to see the pause menu and the game. And we want to see if it's possible to position this one where it only covers the game but not the pause menu. This is very weird. I haven't really worked in 3D space in 2D this kind of way before. No, that happens immediately. It covers both. Fuck! Okay, I know what to do. I have a event for whenever we pause the game, right? If we go into the game manager. We have a game paused event where we can check whether the game is paused or not through a static bool. So we're just gonna make the transition manager subscribe to this one. And let's see, do you have, let's see, animator, get component animator. You don't have a reference to the image. So let's give you one. Serialize field private. Let's do game objects. Fade image. Now I'm gonna make you subscribe to the game paused event on game paused within a call the function. Then we're gonna do a private void on game paused. If a game paused event, pause event, we are going to check if if game paused event dot game paused, if that is true, then I would like to say that the fade image should be deactivated. Otherwise, if the game is unpaused, I would like to say that the fade image should be reactivated. Now, go in here, we do a reference to this one, we apply it to the system prefab, then fade you out. I think this should work. Pause menu, let's put you back where you're supposed to be and deactivate you. Let's see. So rather than making sure that the pause menu is in front of the fade, we just fucking turn off the fade whenever you pause the game. Now it should still be visible here. However, if I pause right as the screen goes out, it is visible. And then continues. Easy fucking peasy. Now you can never get soft lock that way. Noise! Oh, I still need to do more commits. However, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today, because my fucking wrist is starting to hurt, and I think I need to rest my weak little hands. However, please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let's see who we have live at the moment. Thanks for the stream. No worries, hey Jew. Thank you very much for sticking around. Appreciate you, man. Hope your game is going good. Let's go to Creative Waste. Recently followed this guy. I don't think I have raided him before. He's working on a really cool game. Other than that, I will be back on... when will I be back? I will be back on Friday. If you haven't, of course, make sure to go and wishlist the game. I would very much appreciate it. Also, feel free to join the Discord if you want to connect more with the community. And yeah, let's go and raid. As always, thank you all so much for watching, sticking around, hanging out, helping me out, whatever it might be. Thank you to all of the new followers, as well as Kamarao, Dark Abilene, as well as Amesis for the raids, very much appreciated. Also a little shout out to Strom for the resubscription and BXCast for the donation, very much appreciated. What's up, Amesis? Hope you're doing good, man. Thank you for lurking. You have a good one as well. I hope all of you have a great rest of your day. Hopefully, for the playtesters, I should be able to hopefully get this new build up either tomorrow or on Friday. We'll see, depending on how much work I'm able to do tomorrow, or if I need to continue resting my weak little fucking hands. No saltiness whatsoever. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I really enjoy what I'm doing currently, and it's nice to share it with you guys. So, thank you all very, very much, and I'll see you on Friday. Let's go over to Creative Waste. Cheers.